Hello, explorers, and welcome back to the Feywilds. Hello, Snowy, Caden, Ifany, Reggie. Thanks for stopping by. A little sass, they say. Kidsari's been going nuts. Just losing their minds. Like, dang. Oh, and Tia. Hello, Tia. Thank you so much for the resub. I do appreciate so much. Thank yous, thank yous, thank yous, thank yous. Tier 1, dang. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you. A little sass girl. We need to educate you on what a little sass means. Aww. Aww. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Oh yeah, just in time for the new credit, the video credits. Excellent. Ooh, okay, so we just entered. Let me make sure I can pronounce this correctly here. Sassy frickin' Kidsari. I know. You're crazy. No, Kidsari, no! Let the sassy comments flow. Quite the adventure so far. It has been quite the adventure. I meant to update the thing, but I haven't yet. Mithranve, I think. I think I said that right. But Starion will catch us up on what's been going on, so don't worry. She wasn't that sassy this time around. Yeah, she's supposed to be nice to chat. She's supposed to be. She's only supposed to be absolute shithead towards me. So if she starts going out of line, I need to know. You need to let me know about it. That's new, bruh. All right. So with that said, let's swap it over and let's say hello to our wonderful Tales of Apocryphers. Hello.
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 Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
Welcome everyone to another session of Tales of the Apocrypha. I am your Dungeon Master Starion, and joining me is, of course, our wonderful band of adventurers who are definitely not wanted criminals in 5 different countries.
Not yet 5.
Yeah, right. One day.
Only 5. We got more to go.
But who's really
I don't think
counting?
we have 5 countries in this world.
We just gotta make. Listen, we gotta invent more countries so we can be wanted.
No, we have 6.
Also,
That
you
means
need
we're
one
almost
more.
there.
Country?
Yeah, we're almost there.
What is it?
Is it a Freya? Is it a country?
Not a Freya. Not a Freya.
Hey,
Anyway.
I'm counting now.
You should.
Wanted
Anyways,
posters have wanted posters.
joining us is our wonderful group of people. In no particular order, we have
It is 6.
Rana. Yeah. We've got Rana playing as Arca, our Aarakocra barbarian.
Hello.
We've got Eliza playing as Yavari, our tiefling wizard.
Hello, hello.
We've got Anna playing as Tove, our human cleric.
Hi, everybody.
Got Bela playing Narshellus, the half-drow sorcerer.
Hi.
We do indeed have Yulia back with us, being played by Yai.
Hi, I missed you all very much.
Yeah, we missed you. And then, of course, we've got our lovely Fey guide Renard playing as Taffy, the Tabaxi rogue.
Hello.
And then I, of course, playing Runarian, the Wood Elf Paladin, along with whatever other wild NPCs we have with us at the moment. So yeah, to get started, last session, so it was 2 weeks ago now, the party found themselves surrounded by a pack of dark mantles and a cloaker, the latter of which managed to wrap itself around Narshellus and brought him down onto the ground, apparently unmoving. The party hacked and slashed and cast their magic to fend off the beasts, and party members did what they could to heal Narshellus despite his lack of movement. With the monsters defeated, Narshellus did rise once more with a sudden cackle and his sabers quickly drawn into his hands. When he spoke, singling out Tove, the voice he spoke with was feminine rather than his usual voice. And he attacked her with a flurry of attacks that brought her down to within an inch of her life. Runarian quickly rushed in to aid, only to be struck as well, nearly brought down within seconds. Arga and Resh attempted to restrain Narcellus, but it was of little use, as the young half-drow readied his next attack to finish the job. But he stopped. Yuvari, using Detect Magic, saw that a spider-like shadow was looming behind him, puppeteering him, but vanished as the young boy seemed to finally come to his senses. He dropped his sabers, unsure of what had happened, as the rest of the party seemed equal amounts of shocked, confused, and perhaps scared or nervous. But ultimately, they decided to push on and leave the topic for later discussion, intent on reaching Mithranve as quickly as they could. As they came upon some old ruins within one of the deeper caves, ruins that Narcellus and Resh both thought were older than any known records the Drow had of architecture like this, when the cave began to shudder and shake violently and collapsed beneath their feet. As the dust settled and everyone managed to get back up, they found that they had fallen right into the middle of a Drider's den, who was set upon making a meal out of the fallen adventurers. Narcellus, thinking quickly, engaged in conversation, and it was enough to distract the Drider from eating them, and instead confessing to a deep, burning passion for one Solitar of House Duret, as she introduced herself as Anna Kielana. She asked the party to pass along her words of affection to the other Drow, which they all awkwardly accepted, and quickly escaped before she could change her mind about her dinner plans. Once...
I'm so glad we got to that. That was so close. I was so scared.
Right. Okay, sorry. Once clear of her den, they found themselves within a larger cavernous space, filled with magma and more strange ancient ruins. The party split in half, their interests caught in different things. Half of the party happened to be interested in what appeared to be an old machine made of some unknown metallic material, with glowing bits and vents that seemed to be releasing anima into the air. The best thought they could come up with was that it was somehow converting anima from one element into another, yet they couldn't figure out how, as something like this had never been seen before, only really discussed amidst researchers and those interested in the topic. The other half of the party, meanwhile, investigated a couple of statues which had old, faded lettering written upon them. Thanks to Yuvari's Comprehend Languages spell, she was able to make quick work of the ancient text, despite it being one that none had ever seen before. The words in all said, "As a reminder to the people of Imyan Thalore." Uncertain of what this meant, and uncertain of what to make of everything they had found, the party moved onward and upward into Mithranve. That is where our session shall finally begin for tonight. I take a moment to change it. And before we get into it, I did mean to bring this up a little sooner, so I do apologize. I just kind of want to let you guys know that I'm going to be trying something a little different with my DM style to kind of make it a little easier on Bela and myself as far as like creating things that we need to have ready every session. So we might not have like as many maps or really a whole lot of NPC tokens. I will be doing my best to kind of be more descriptive with the scenes.
Ooh, okay.
And like, you know, kind of what's going on or like who you guys are interacting with. You know, just trying to make it a little more interactive rather than like throwing something on the screen for you guys to do something with.
Okay.
And also, like, don't be afraid to just go off and do something if you want. Just say, oh, well, I want to go over here. I want to go poke this person in the face for no reason. And it's like, okay, we'll do it.
Excellent. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then just the other last thing I wanted to bring up really quick was as a way to kind of help immerse ourselves a little better into this world. God, how do I word this? I want everyone to try to kind of imagine yourselves as your characters in the way that when you say you're doing something, rather than saying, oh, Narcellus raises his hand, or, you know, Taffy takes out his locks, you can say, like, I raise my hand, or I take out my lockpicking tools, or whatever. Might just kind of help everyone, like, connect a little better to the world around you.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
I believe in you guys.
Yes.
100%. Okay, so I will now swap over to our very huge Mithranve map.
Whoosh. All right, gotta hold on. Why?
Big. Jesus. I love the
Ooh.
music.
This is a bop.
Out like 40%.
It's like, yeah, you want to see how large?
Yeah.
Catch all.
I'm
It's-
sorry, it's so big.
It's huge.
I didn't think I made it this big.
Hold on while we do an explore. Here we go.
Yeah.
To
And
be fair, it is the size of a continent, so it's fine.
Yeah.
it is. It is. So you all now have come up from the lower dark near kind of the undersea area and up now into... Oh,
One second.
there goes Eliza.
Oh
Not
no.
a wiser.
Not a wiser.
Also, Starion, can you check DMs?
Hi, welcome back. We missed you.
Sorry, my internet decided it did not want to play today.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No,
You're
rip
good.
internet.
Rip internet.
Ripperoni.
Ripperoni.
Mhm.
Pepperoni and pepperoni.
It's fine. I have an unlimited plan. It's fine.
Yeah,
Take
it's
advantage
fine.
of it.
Alright, so I'm just gonna kind of move Taffy up here, just
Oh,
using
sorry.
like the one token for the moment, just to signify the entire party. Otherwise, having like 10 tokens on the screen will get to be a whole lot.
Yeah, just a little bit. A smidge.
We got a big party right now. So you all have come now into the city of Mithranve, and even from where you entered, you can see there's a wall before you that seems to be kind of sectioning off the main inner city. And then even behind you and to the sides, you see like buildings sprawling out into the mushrooms and the caves and rising spires of the landscape around you. Like this city goes on as far as you can see in any direction. And Resh, being a resident of Mithranve, kind of takes the lead as he takes you guys within the walls into the city proper. And immediately you notice it is impossible to walk in a straight line here. And in order to get past the current shoulder-to-shoulder foot traffic that seems to grow more disorderly by the minute, you have to sort of shift your body sideways at times, almost half crab walking your way through the aisles of heads. Both short and tall, elf and dwarf, and all those in between. And as you go, you all can sort of feel your senses are lit aflame by the strong, alluring sense of food, heavily spiced and just waiting to be devoured, set out in massive boiling pots that sizzle and spurt with steam along the side of the road. And as you go, to your left, Yavari, you witness a drow woman is reaching out her hand to you, offering you some tasty morsel that appears to have been baked and deep fried.
Oh my god. Oh, we need to get a fried. I need fried pickles.
Oh,
Do it.
I look at the food and I'm immediately suspicious. I'm like, money? Will this cost me something?
And she shakes her head as she says, No, free. Welcome to the Dark Feast, Fate.
Oh, well, thank you. I carefully take it from her hand and just awkwardly bow my head. I don't know Drow tradition. I don't know how to act.
She smiles at you and like,
I just thank her, bow my head or something in respect. I don't know.
So I slide on over and I'm like, hey, you don't happen to have any more of those, do you?
Oh, absolutely. As she reaches over to a rack on her side and plucks up a few more and just hands you about like 3 of them to pass out to you and your friends.
Narchalis raises his hand up as though he's going to say something, and pauses, and then lowers his hand and just puts them behind his back and watches.
Oh boy.
I'll walk over to Narchalis and go, is this safe to eat? Is it good?
Taffy's already shoved one in his mouth.
It tastes delicious. That's actually one of my
Just
favorite
lining up
foods.
for one.
You-
Go ahead.
I reach for one of the ones that that Taffy has in his hand, like in a gesture of, can I have one in your hand?
So originally he kind of pulls back a little bit, and he's like, oh, okay. And then he kind of you know, he outstretches both of his hands. He offers both the 2 he hasn't he doesn't have in his mouth currently for whoever to take.
Thanks, Taffy.
He's like as he's chewing on
Sorry, just watches them eat it because she doesn't know.
So here, hold on. So wait, Taffy's eating it. Did anyone else take a bite? Arca, did you say you grabbed one?
Yes, I grab one
Take a bite?
and take a bite, yes.
I also take a
Excellent.
bite.
Excellent.
Oh,
as you all chomp into this thing, immediately you can tell it's like a deep fried dough stick, and right beneath that crispy outer layer, there's a layer of melty, pungent cheese on the inside. And inside of that is a delectable and crunchy, dehydrated centipede that crackles on your tongue.
Oh, heck yeah!
Here's my Narchalis. Here you go.
You know,
This is why-
this is good.
This
It's
is
fine.
why I let everybody else try it before I did.
He's munching on
Narchalis
his
is
thing.
going to. I'm sorry. I'll turn toward Tove and just give her this look like, I'm sorry, is drow food too good for you?
No, I wanted to see what the general reaction was before I decided to eat it.
Well, Arca, how do you feel about it?
He's crunching down.
See, Toe, take a bite, Toe. Take a bite.
Dove is going to look down at the morsel of deliciously, I'm gonna look down at the food, deep fried deliciousness, and just go, okay, fine. And Dove's gonna take I'm gonna take a big bite of it.
Oh,
Great. This is
Nice.
this
Crunchy.
is very crunchy.
Mm-hmm.
no, thank you.
Swallow it.
No, thank you.
So I have a question.
Yes, what's up?
Because I don't quite know the fauna super well, but I would assume there's some kind of scorpion kind of insect in the Akhet region, right? Maybe
Yeah, actually,
before
good thing you brought that up. Akhet does use giant scorpions actually to mostly transport a lot of bulky goods, and giant as in their legs are probably 10 feet long. You know.
Ooh.
Oh my
Excellent.
god.
So would it be out of out of the left field if I was to say maybe we raise a couple of them for food, and Taffy's like what we should do. So Taffy, he's much as like, man, we should try frying those scorpions. Man, I bet that tastes great. As he's just going to town on this thing.
Like sending an old horse to the glue
Found the
factory.
centipede. I'm eating the dough in the cheese.
It's like picking the centipede out of the dough. It's like slurping it out.
Oh god! So most of you, munch down on your deep-fried, cheese-covered centipedes.
I'm not saying anything. I am just eating. I'm either halfway or it's almost completely gone by now.
As you all continue through the city, the cacophonous sound is almost deafening and you're almost having to shout at one another to be heard as 100 voices all around you rise and fall with the evening's joy and rapture. A loud roar suddenly shakes the ground from overhead, and as you look up, you see the illusionary dragon that had burst to life earlier is making its way around the spires of a massive subterranean palace in the center of the city. The only other thing that makes its way to you is the sound of raucous laughter and a shrill, joyous voice that shouts over the crowd. That's right, make your way over here. It's time again for the Night Court Feast. And you know what that means. That's right, it's Thalriz, your favorite entertainer. And as you're making your way toward the center of the street, kind of in the direction this voice is coming from, you're overcome with a sea of new smells. These smells are numerous, plentiful and strong, almost reminding you of burning incense. It's sweet and intoxicating, and as it fills your lungs, you find yourself almost beginning to sway to the sound of the music, feeling the corners of your eyes grow hot and red, and your coordination perhaps a little slow. I'd like you all to please roll a d6 for me.
Oh no.
Oh, I love it.
Oh!
We're all getting high. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, damn it.
Tova's always huffing the incense.
Oh,
Brilliant.
I told you I was gonna get a 1.
You really did. All right, let's see. So 1 is Narshellus and Taffy. 2 was Arca. 3 was Ari.
This is not how this was supposed to go.
That's fine.
Want to be your
Don't
very
worry
first
about
time smelling incense.
That's what I was saying. I was like, I smell a lot of incense in temples, sometimes.
Yeah, right?
You get used to it. That's fine.
So with the natural ones, Taffy and Narshellus. Actually, no. I'm gonna start at the other end. Yulia, with our highest roll of a 5. As the smell of this incense reaches you, you suddenly begin to feel very drowsy. Your eyes can almost barely stay open, and you realize how good it would feel to lie down, close your eyes, and maybe take a little nap.
Oh god.
That's kind of how you feel. It's like, man, this ground is looking mighty comfy right now.
It's so soft.
We've all been there, Yulia. We've all been there.
Yeah.
Do the rocks have interesting texture? Am I touching rocks and being like, this is soft?
Curling up on the floor.
I have to carry her.
See, Tove, with your roll of a 4, as well as Nyalkish's roll of a 4 and Renarian's roll of a 3, you're overcome with an absolute euphoria. And everything around you starts to make you giggle and laugh as though you were inebriated and drunk. every sensation feels good on your skin, and even the simplest act you feel if you were to drink water would be very pleasing to you. Everything just feels great.
Let's go.
This is the good. I'm really loving this centipede right now.
Yeah,
definitely
that feels
looking
great.
edible.
It's yummy.
Everyone buckle up, you're going on a trip. Hope we packed our bags.
No.
Oh no.
Arca, with your roll of a 2,
Oh boy.
despite having just munched down on a deep fried centipede, you still feel incredibly hungry. You're very aware that your
The
stomach
munchies.
is growling and your stomach is growling, and how long has it been since you were able to sate that gnawing pain bubbling in your gut? Suddenly, everything around you looks and smells delicious. Even some of the people look tasty.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Turbo munchies.
No. hey, Arca, I was joking by calling you a chicken. That was a joke. That was
No, hang on the party.
Wait, Yubari,
Just
what was
starts-
your... Oh,
Just
that was
starts-
also you. I'm so sorry, Yubari. I missed your 2. You also feel incredibly hungry.
Oh god.
Just start
Yummy.
pecking on everybody. Cannibal powers unlocked. When
How much health now eating the centipede? I'm so hungry.
You just go back and just grab like all of them.
Mm. Crunchy.
Oh
And
no.
Nershellus and Taffy.
We're about to have a bad time.
Give me your natural 1.
Here we go.
There we
You're
go.
both overcome with the sudden urge and violence to fight and kill.
Oh.
Your blood begins to pump with adrenaline, and you may take every little joke as an act against you at this time.
Oh boy.
Oh
You just
no.
want to go fight someone.
Oh no.
Oh no! I'm gonna get myself killed.
Let it be known that you hear slight snoring behind you as you might turn to see Yulia leaning on some sort of poster wall, standing up just out like a light, and just going,
Nershellus, or I'm sorry, I will turn around to see Yulia curled up there, or I'm sorry, like leaning against the post, and this indescribable wave of violent annoyance just
oh shit!
shoots down my spine, and I snap. I'm sorry, is this too boring for you?
And then Taffy spins around. You know, his ears are flat, and his his fur's spiked up, and his tail's just swishing everywhere, and fur's flying off of it. It's like, God, we can't go anywhere with you people without causing some kind of like slowdown or problem. You just gotta. Can you not wait until we get to the inn or somewhere? Just get in everyone's way.
I want to eat your hair. Your hair looks tasty.
I think that this is really funny. That Yulia just like falling asleep. Like what is happening, you guys?
Oh, you think this is a
amazing.
joke?
Everything is a joke to her. Of course she does.
Okay, wait.
My head slightly
So
slides.
true.
My head slightly slides down, and it jerks me awake. I don't go, huh? Huh? What happened? Are we under attack again? Are we good?
Oh, you're about to be. Oh,
Darn, Taffy is spicy today. Speaking of spice, be right back.
Oh, no.
As I dart over to another food stall with like the same food stall with the fried centipedes.
great. Now the
Found,
chicken
like,
has just
3
run off her
more.
food, thinking with her stomach before they think with anything else. Not that I'm surprised.
Honestly, Taffy, why do we go anywhere with them? You and I are the smart ones.
Obviously.
The best thing that I've ever seen in my entire life. You guys should like do this more often, like fight.
Oh, I'll fight you in a second.
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
Is there equivalent of like coffee? I need to pick me up.
And
Someone.
you know what? You, Ari, why are you just grinning at me like that?
Oh, you're just funny.
Do this.
See, Brunarian gets it.
I do.
Yeah, you do.
Arca returns, like, munching on the rice and be like, "Oh, we fighting?"
We're fighting.
Guys, we can just settle this over some cheesy fried dough centipede delicacy that we had earlier. It's fine.
So fucking hungry. I'll give you a knuckle sandwich right here, right now.
Actually,
Don't
you know
tempt
what,
me.
Taffy? I'm glad you said that. Did you know we have blood pits here?
Oh, really?
Oh, wow. You know, I could really kill someone.
You know what? I'm vibing that right now.
Oh god.
Rush,
Rush.
we're gonna go to the blood pits.
Rush immediately steps in like, you are not going anywhere.
Oh, don't tell me that you're on the laughing train.
I am not laughing.
Are you sure?
Then
I can kind of hear that snark in there.
Oh
I
god.
think you all should get some rest.
And I think you should step off.
Oh.
I'm gonna die. Goodbye, guys.
I hope
Nice
you have a
knowing
second
you.
character sheet prepared.
Oh, I'm gonna get to see Rush kill Taffy.
Well, if you die, Taffy, is it cool if I eat your body?
Hey, sharing is caring, Arca. Sharing is caring.
I barely make it over to Yuvari before I kind of slump against her shoulder, curl up into her hair like it's a pillow, and close my eyes.
All you can hear is just a squeak coming from my hood as Nipples is so confused of the sudden weight.
Will Nibbles be offended if I cuddle him like a stuffed animal?
I'm
Yes.
offended you're in my presence.
Oh my god. You know, it's happy. No,
And everyone just hears a slight snore again.
I'm holding on to Yulia, trying to keep her up, but I'm also like looking at her hair and sniffing it. You smell very delicious right now. And I'm not just saying that because I'm hungry.
Good for you.
Good for you.
Here, hold on. Who put the chat bubble up?
That would be me.
Okay. Yeah, what's up?
So, kind of half glaring up at Rush at this point, kind of looking between, him and Taffy. I'll put my arms out and turn back toward the rest of the group. Kind of sinister look that spreads across my face, and I'll say, well, actually, you guys, the place that I want to go not only has a bed for, the princess to go sleep in, but also all the food that you could possibly want.
Dinner? Finally. I
What was the suggestion
rubbing my eyes,
earlier?
try to wake up.
I said we should go to the blood pits. Do you want me to cast Fireball right now? Because I'll take you out and myself.
Do it. I bet you won't. Come on, I can take it. And he chaps his chest and holds his arms.
I raise my hand in the air with two fingers out, like I'm gonna cast Fireball.
Rush immediately grabs your hand. No.
No.
He's challenging.
Buddy, we're all friends. No fighting.
If you wish to take him up on this challenge, then you can go do it at the blood pit.
I said that, and you were like, "No, you're gonna go get some rest."
That's exactly how he sounds. Gosh.
I know.
Right, fine. We will go to the blood pits. There's a tavern over there anyways.
So you said there's food there, right?
I mean,
Yes.
that or you could eat the dead people.
Tough call. I guess, waste isn't great, so...
Resh just shakes his head and, still holding Narcellus's wrist, just starts to drag him along towards the blood pit, expecting everyone else will follow.
It's like, oh good, now he's just dragging people everywhere. Who died and made you the leader? As he follows off.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I am following along.
Just grabbing food as you're walking, just everything you can.
Yes.
Just holding your hands out.
I can't believe we have the munchies.
Yes. Well, then you all slowly kind of make your way through the teeming crowds of people in the city down the street towards your right. And, even along here, stalls of all sorts are lined on either side, selling food. There's some selling jewelry, some selling other things they had made of leather or metal and things of that nature. And of course, as you're walking, almost everyone tries to get your attention. As, Tove, someone kind of reaches out to you with what looks to be a pretty, silver pendant in their hands, and Resh just kind of will quickly, keep pushing you along as,
But it's really pretty.
It's horribly fake.
You should buy it. Waste your money.
but it's so shiny.
So,
Out of character, real quick. How's Rush feeling about having 8 kids?
8 kids.
He's not having a good time right now.
Yeah, I could
to
imagine.
be honest.
Listen, I'm barely staying awake. I am hardly troubled. Yavari is just having to drag my ass along.
I feel like at some point I'm gonna call Yulia up like a backpack.
Oh.
Carrying Yulia on my shoulders.
It's like, your hair smells like cotton candy.
Yavar occasionally nipples the ends of her hair.
Oh my god!
and you just hear me occasionally say, "Oh my gosh, you're so comfy, Yavari, so fluffy."
Who put the
That was
cat
me.
bubble? Yeah, what you got?
Okay, so Mr. Pocket Watch, as soon as he gets close, and Taffy spins around, sees that interaction happen, and then he lunges at this guy, just grabs him by the scruff of his shirt, or coat or whatever he's wearing, and slams him up against a wall and pins him there. And he's like, "What? You just gonna shove your garbage in our faces? You need to watch yourself before you get yourself hurt." And while this is happening, I want to make a sleight of hand check and steal the pocket watch.
You may, but roll it with disadvantage.
Okay.
Jesus
I love
Christ.
seeing this side of Taffy. This is so funny.
I need this to work.
You need this to work.
I also need this to work.
Oh
So
god, a
14.
14. God, I forget how much you get to these rolls. So as you shove him up against the post or whatever, he's like, "Hey, easy now, easy guy. I don't want any trouble, man." And
Well, you found it.
come on. And he'll, you take the little pendant from him that he was holding, and he doesn't even seem to notice as he's very visibly panicked. His, red eyes are wide as he's shaking his head like, "No, please, man, I don't want any trouble."
So
Kill him,
Taffy's
Taffy.
slow. Oh, I'm thinking about it, but you know what? feeling a little merciful today, so you watch yourself. Don't let me catch you around the street again. Got it? As he as I back up and make the I'm watching you with my pose.
He just shrinks away from you as soon as you let him go, and he hurries back over to his stall, and you see he just starts shoveling things into a bag to leave.
We're gonna die this session. We're absolutely gonna die.
Starion, real quick.
Yeah.
Check this one.
Okay.
Why is Taffy fighting with somebody? He's usually the calm one.
He started it. As as Taffy kind of glances over his shoulder, and as that guy's leaving, he kind of chuckles to himself menacingly, and he kind of tosses the pocket watch up and down in his hand, openly, after that guy's left.
Dude, you're kind of likable like this.
Oh man. Perfect.
Hey, Arca, do you have any more of those centipedes? I really need to eat something to try and stay awake, because it is really difficult right now.
Arca quickly shoves a centipede into his mouth. And then he says, and then I said, well, none left.
Never mind. And I just close my eyes and slum against Yavari again.
Honestly, Yulia, can't you just look around? It's the night court feast. You can get food literally anywhere.
Listen,
but
dumbass.
I'm so sleepy.
And I'd like for oh God, let's see. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Arca, Yulia, and Nershellis, please roll perception checks for me. All of you with disadvantage.
Oh boy.
Due to the wonderful drug effects.
The wonderful drug effects.
Perception. There you are.
That's not bad.
From Nershellis.
We love an 11.
Right? It's pretty average. 10 and 11.
Nice.
So, as you all are going, just as a reminder for who's in your party, other than your usual party members, there's of course Resh, who seems to be rather unaffected by the strong incense that you all had run through earlier. There's Nyalkish, who seems to be laughing with Runarian over one of the performers off to the side, who's juggling flaming swords. And there's also Imran, kind of huddled near the front of the group, also rather unaffected and looking around rather nervously as they go. And as you all continue down the street towards the blood pits, you're suddenly approached by a femme fatale drow. She has lavender skin and beautiful silver hair. She kind of flows up to you guys with rather smooth movements, with a wide, friendly smile on her face as she says, "Welcome, welcome! Oh, it has been such a long time since we have had such a diverse group of adventurers as yourselves in Mithranve."
Eyes narrow.
I immediately perk up. Huh? Oh my, you're so pretty.
Oh, well, thank you, as she smiles and gives you a wink. How are you all enjoying the night court feast so far?
Well, it's fine until
enjoying
another.
a lot more. Oh, go ahead. You
Who wants to sass first?
You go ahead.
It was fine until another clown just walked in front of us.
Oh, Taffy, don't do that. She's so
We're
pretty
all-
and she looks so comfy. Ma'am, can I fall asleep on you, please?
Of course, my dear. In fact, if you all have a little pent-up rage, or perhaps you're feeling rather weary from your travels, I can lead you here over to the blood pits. You are more than welcome to release all that pent-up anger. She smiles towards Taffy. And we do have a rather lovely inn there, the Broken Mask. They have the softest beds in this part of Mithran Bay.
No, they fucking don't.
They absolutely do.
Places
I shake
are
my head
fucking
vigorously.
shithole. What are you talking about?
Like I said, another clown for this circus of a city.
I pulled Yulia even closer. Like, you're not going with this pretty lady.
Whoa.
I think we just need to give it a chance. Like, I really think maybe it'll be like the best inn we've ever gone to. Like, who knows?
Also, excuse you, Taffy. Did you just say circus of a city?
Well, yeah, I mean, gee, have you seen this place?
I'll fucking kill you right now.
Come at me, bro!
I'll fucking do it.
Do it!
I mean, come on, you guys. Like, why do we need a fight right now when we're like in the middle of like this beautiful, amazing, fantastical like feat, right? Like, I mean, come on. You know, no fighting.
Oh, shut up, Tony.
Like, come on, jeez.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if you guys want to go fight it out in the blood pits.
Real quick for me as well. I'm so sorry, give me 1 second. Narcellus, Arca, and Yulia, can you all please roll a D100 for me?
Oh god.
Oh.
Like, not with
Lord.
disadvantage or anything, just...
Oh, wait.
I'm afraid.
I don't want to talk about that.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, God. Okay.
He's so happy right now.
69. Nice.
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 Oh my gosh.
Okay, cool. That'll be for later. Larry, the drow before you seems rather unaffected by your words, as she's still smiling and laughing along with you all, and then her eyes kind of go from Narcellus and Taffy as they begin to argue over to Imran, and immediately her demeanor changes, as, you know, she's kind of leaning forward, kind of trying to act rather open and seductive, and all of a sudden she straightens and says, Imran?
Uh-oh.
Imran immediately shrinks away and attempts to hide, like, behind Narcellus.
Man, you just piss off everyone, don't you? Little shit.
I don't know what you're talking about. Imran, what are you doing here? Imran is just still hiding behind Narcellus. Louisa, it's so nice to see you, sis.
Oh, I am not protecting you, and he just like steps aside.
Narcellus, please. And as soon as you move, the female drow Larissa suddenly grabs Imran by the scruff of his neck and like hauls him forward. And seeing the two now next to each other, it's very
Kick his ass.
it's very easy to kind of see similarities between them, between the purple color of their skin. They sort of have the same rounded facial features and very similar hair. And she says, Mother has been worried sick about you. Where have you been? Listen, I've been busy. I've been trying to... No, I don't want to hear it, Imran. You are going to go home and go see Mother right now, as she shoves him away from all of you.
Ooh,
You're in trouble.
I'm now more awake, but it's that tired where you're almost kind of drunk. And I just kind of say, I love it when women are angry. It is very hot.
Oh, thank
Dude,
you.
very valid of you, Yulia.
She smiles and bats her eyelashes at Yulia, and then immediately rounds back on Imran. Go! Now!
Skedat.
Hey! Imran just kind of like pulls in like close to himself, like, okay, all right, fine, and just ducks his head and just hurries off into the crowd without so much as a goodbye to the rest of you.
Bye, Imran, you little bitch.
Bye, Imran. Have a good time seeing your mother.
Bring back food.
And the female drow, Larissa, will turn back to you all and say, I apologize for my brother's behavior. He's always been rather mischievous since childhood. But here, why don't you allow me to escort you the rest of the way over to the blood pits? It's just a little ways down the road.
No, thank you.
Really, it's no trouble.
Yavari, she's so pretty. Can we please go with her?
I'm trusting Nershell's on this one, but he's kind of riled up right now.
Man, you'll just sleep with any curvy piece of wood, won't you?
You better slap the shit out of Taffy right now. You better.
If I wasn't so tired, I could literally fall asleep on the ground. Yavari, I will give you a platinum to do it in my honor.
Say less. I walk up to Taffy and just slap him.
Oh no!
Oh,
watch your mouth.
Well, how can
Watch
you
your
get to
goddamn
hit
mouth.
him? I want to hit him.
I really think we shouldn't be hitting
He's
anybody
gonna
right now.
try and punch back.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Roll for
Here we go.
Oh god!
It missed and then hit Yulia in the face.
I'm just now out cold on the ground.
I'm like trying to wake Yulia up by like gingerly like nudging them with my foot in the ribs. Just like, Yulia, come on.
He's like, shit, I missed.
I'm the one saying this, but can you all pull your shit together?
You first.
Okay, you know what, Taffy? I am gonna light your ass on fire.
Let's go.
You hear from off to the side, there's a
little party kill.
Resh casts sleep on the party.
you hear from off to the side, there's like probably a few different people watching you all at this point. You hear a male's voice shout, I punch her in the face again. And you hear like a female voice saying, No, save that for the blood pits. This will make a good bet.
Make a good bet.
And Norcellis, I'm sorry, will sort of click his fingers together and cast Firebolt, in that he's holding like this sort of glowing ember in his hand, and he's like, "Don't test me, little kitty. I will light your ass on fire."
Come on, I've dodged worse. He's nursing his paw, his paw, and like kind of bouncing up and down, like focusing on Nardshellis's this hand that's on fire.
Oh my god, Resh, please do something.
Resh
I
at
remain
this
out
point,
cold on the ground.
Resh at this point kind of steps between Taffy and Nershellis, looking at his younger brother with just a glare. He looms over you.
Alright, look. I'm not scared to light you on fire either, you know.
Do it! Come on, get him!
You're not that scary. You're
Show him who's the superior brother.
And
yeah.
I think what Taffy said kind of calms him down a little, and he pauses and he's like, You know what? Neither of you are worth wasting the anima. And he fizzles his hand out by shaking it after a minute. He's like, and besides, I am the superior brother. I died for you. I saved your life
Oh,
I
God.
died for it. And you know what? And he leans over and he looks at you, he's like, "You bitch! You
Wow.
could have saved me."
Come on, get him.
I look at Nerstellus and I tilt my head and I go, "And you would sacrifice yourself for me?
Oh,
Does that work?
like
Okay?"
I haven't before. Who was it that when we were all stranded in that asshat's manor, let himself get dragged to the basement, probably to be turned into some freak show of nature so that you guys could get some stupid statue to clear your names? I was prepared to die at that point. Or how about when I found out that all of you guys would probably go to jail because I made a stupid mistake, I walked into the Drow Butcher's office and asked for amnesty for all of you. How about that? How many fucking times, Yavari, have I stood up for you?
Does that make you feel good to say that?
It'll make me feel so much better when I ring your pretty little red neck.
Yeah, you know what'd be better? Come on, throw a punch. Do it.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile, I'm just continuing to stand over Yulia, and now I'm like shaking them. And I'm like, "Wake up! Please wake up! They're dampening the mood.
They're dampening the They're harshing the vibes.
It's getting really sad out here, and I don't like it."
Nerstellus will
shaking.
look at Yavari and he will say one last thing, and he'll say, "Actually, Yavari, now that we're on the topic, what is it that you have done for the party at all?
He ain't wrong.
I've done
Other than
plenty
your
of things.
boundless snark."
I have done many things.
Like what?
I've knitted you scarves.
Oh, watch
Oh.
out! Oh boy, hold on! We got a badass over here knitting scarves! Somebody knock me out.
I've taken care of Yulia. I've defended you.
From
I've
who? Yourself?
trusted you.
The only person here who seems bent every time that I open up on hurting me has been you.
When?
Oh, let's see. How about when we were in the Drow Butcher's manor and you approached me and decided to act like I was some spawn from hell itself?
This could just be me, Liza speaking. This could just be me. I have the memory of a goldfish. I do not remember this.
You gonna take that line down? Come on.
Right.
Come on, Yuvari.
I'm still lying down. Cold.
I'm just
Dead to the world.
You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I have trusted you, and I barely trust anyone else in this party, including you. And yet, time after time again, you just show your ugly, true fucking colors.
And what colors would those be, Yavari?
Man, I would.
Say it to my fucking
Yeah,
face,
say it. Say it, you coward.
Maybe.
I
Say
can't.
it.
Renarian will feel maybe we shouldn't fight with one another out here in the middle of the street.
Why not,
You
elf
know
boy?
what? You know what? You guys think it's so funny? Toe, why don't you say what she wants to say? Make it a big joke. You've said it before.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of an awful person. We all get that, but like, it's okay because like things are gonna get fixed and it's gonna be fine. And we're here, and there's like, there's like a giant festival going on, and it's great. Like, it's fine. It's fine. We're just going to the blood pits. Like, we should. And then she's literally like kicking Yulia hard in the ribs.
Bam.
She's like, we're just gonna go.
That's not how you do it. Taffy runs up and just rib kick. That's how you kick someone.
Jesus!
I just wake up with a start and the worst groan, and I just curl in on myself wherever Taffy kicks me.
See,
and I just
obvious.
say, what the actual fuck is wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Just taking naps whenever you want.
You hit me, and I'm sitting up now, glaring at you. Hit me first. You
what you gonna do about it? What you gonna do? Come on, get up.
You guys are all ruining the vibes.
Arca is gonna go.
Yes.
Oh, wait, let Arca go.
Okay, Arca is gonna go and grab Taffy and hoist him over his shoulder.
All right, here we go.
Alright,
Come on,
buddy.
bird brain, let's do this. And he's like, worthlessly, helplessly trying to grapple. And he can't do shit. His strength is garbage. So he's like trying to do a reverse wrestle move on Arca, and it's just not working. Kind of like bites into his wing.
Alright.
Yes.
Not so tough now, huh, kitty cat?
Come over here and tell me that to my face. As soon as I get out of this headlock, put me down.
Renarian, can you cast and he's like I'm holding my face in my hands. I'm kind of going from side to side, all woozy. Can you cast calm emotions on Taffy?
Sure. Renarian will go over to Taffy and say, "You're funny, Taffy."
I'll give you something to laugh about. You think I'm so funny?
And
Hardly
he'll
are.
just pat you on the head as he casts calm emotions.
So he does. I do a heckin' hiss, and then just I hiss at him, and I'm about ready to go, and then I just kind of stop, and slowly kind of just go straight and neutral, straight to like a neutral kind of just staring at the ground, just looking around everyone. Don't really have any it's like it kind of turned into an emotionless robot,
Damn.
That's
Baron,
really
he was
funny.
kind of funny that way.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Did you just see what just happened? I had no idea Ari could do this. Ari, this is so cool.
Isn't it? It's great. I normally don't like using this, but I think it's fine.
What's
I
fine?
still hit him since he hit me.
That doesn't sound nice.
Rush. And at this point, the female drow who had been kind of trying to perhaps persuade you all for something is gone by this point, and
It's like, I don't want any of this mess.
yeah, at this point now, Rush sighs. Seeming most of you now are back under control, and we'll just say, let's go.
The babysitter is so done.
The babysitter is so done. I'm not getting paid enough for this.
I'm like clutching the spot where I was hit in the face and on my ribs and just being like, can I get some alcohol to numb this, please?
I can cast a healing spell on you if you'd like.
Please.
Okay.
Or either a spell or alcohol. Either will do at this point.
Hmm.
Am I bleeding?
No.
Am I bleeding? Please say I'm not bleeding. I need the space.
I don't think I could have kicked you that hard. I only have 10 strength.
But you hit me in the face.
I mean, I just listened.
No, you're fine, Julia.
Okay.
I'll pat you on the head as well and cast Lay on Hands to at least help ease the pain.
Oh,
Can we get going, please?
sure. Where to next in this string of festivities we got going on?
I thought we were going to the blood pits. Apparently, they're supposed to be really cool.
We were going Broken.
Oh, yeah. That, yeah. It's by the blood pit.
It's...
Is. Go ahead, Nershels.
Oh, he just said yeah.
Alright, so yes, at that point, as long as no one had any other objections, Resh will lead the way down the very crowded and very busy street before you, and it continues to be even more so crowded here at the Blood Pits, as now a lot of the raucous laughter in that is kind of overcome with the distant sounds of like metal clashing against one another, people shouting and jeering at whatever fights they might be watching. And rather than going into, one of the pits or something itself, Resh turns instead to a large building over onto the left side and quickly kind of pulls you all through the crowd and over to this large, spacious tavern. And before you, looking up at this building, from the outside, this tavern almost seems to have been crafted to look identical to a mask. Specifically, the Mask of Varan. There's two halves of it dug deep into the soft, dark earth, with a chasm between of gold plates kind of acting like the door for you to enter in. Inside, it's crowded and busy, and you see a variety of people from Drow to Dwerger to people from the surface like Aarakocra. There's a few halflings running around, other beast races, and really a myriad of people. Many in here you can see upon maybe a closer or longer look are covered in dirt and blood, perhaps fresh out of a fight in one of the pits nearby. But everyone seems to be having a generally good time, laughing, sharing stories, and enjoying a heavy amount of food and drink with people around them. And you see Resh kind of looks over you all and says, "Give me just a moment." And he'll approach the counter where you see there's a kobold kind of standing behind it as he goes over to probably procure rooms for you all to stay in. To your side in particular, one voice kind of stands up above the rest, coming from a male dwerger with black skin and long gray hair that's held back in a mess of like waves and braids. He looks very deep in his cups as he's swaying in his seat that he is standing in, leaning over the table at a couple of other companions with him as he slams a fist down and says, "I'm telling the truth, there were these huge bugs in the waters. We went into the spawning deep, they're way out there. I don't know why you think I'm some insane man for saying so."
Oh.
Nershels, I'm sorry, I will kind of peer over toward the table where this dwerger is at and recognize that they're talking about the water strider that we rode across here. I won't approach the table, but I'll kind of be more obviously listening in.
And as you all listen for a moment, he's sitting across from what appears to be a hobgoblin and another kobold kind of sitting beside him. Or what kind of looks to be a kobold at first. And then Runarian looks down towards Nyalkish and their party, and he says, "Oh, when did Nyalkish turn into a kobold?"
What? I'll turn around and look at Nyalkish.
And where Nyalkish was is indeed a kobold. It looks very similar to her with red skin and about her same height. Just kind of standing there between you all.
Why the fuck is she a lizard? Wait, she was always a lizard. Why is she a different lizard?
Why is she a different lizard?
Who the hell are you?
This is so cool.
Name Sagan. I don't know that, but I can be your princess. As he wiggles his eyebrows.
I approach him, pulling out the dagger and pointing to him and said, "Listen, where did the girl go?"
It appears that he is trying to solicit us.
I don't know what girl you're talking about. I just happen to be here. I don't know. I don't know.
She's kind of like your height, and she's like has like really. She's kind of looks like you, but she's a little different than you. Yeah, and she's like reddish colored, and she's just like very dragonborn. And she's just like very nice. Like, are you sure you haven't like seen her anywhere?
And there's gonna be two distinct differences. She will still be alive, and you will have a knife in your chest if you don't tell me where she is.
No. Listen, nice pretty lady.
We are threatening you. Please return us to our companion.
There's no need for the threat. Do you mean that one over there? And he'll kind of point across the way over to the bar where you see there's the familiar silhouette of Princess Nyalkish standing next to a large minotaur who looks to be white with black spots upon his body, what's visible of it from beneath his clothing, as well as a half-drow over on her other side. She's engaged in conversation, but from this distance, you can't hear what they're saying.
Oh my god. Is that a cow?
No. I will run up to Tove and just slap my hand over her mouth and pull her down.
I'll just put my dagger back and start walking towards Nia.
As soon as you say that, Tove, that Minotaur plus a couple other in the room look over at you with mixed looks of confusion and insult. And as the black and white one looks over at you, Nyalkish also turns to look and sees Yulia approaching, smiles, and gives a wave as she quickly runs over to meet you, Yulia. She's like, "Oh, thank goodness, I got so lost."
Are you okay? I'm so sorry. We only turned around a second and somehow there was someone trying to flirt with all of us and you were gone, but it's okay. It's okay. Now we have you. Are you okay?
Also, I will let go of Tove and just sort of grossly wipe my hand off on my leg.
Yeah, I'm fine. Changa here was really nice and took me here and was gonna try to help me find you guys. As she motions to the Minotaur, who is now at this point kind of walked up behind her. And even next to you all, I mean, this guy is incredibly tall, probably as tall, if not taller than Resh. He walks with like lumbering steps and has long club-like arms at his side. Now that you see him, closer up, his fur is mottled in some places, and his face and arms are very heavily scarred. Parts of his furless, leathery skin closer to his, chest and neck have also been tattooed in deep tribal scarification. There's a silver ring pierced through the center of his nostrils, and two great tusk-like horns gore out from the side of his head. And as he sees Nyalkish's return to your side, Yulia, he'll kind of give a huff of breath as he says, "Glad to see you have found your friends again, Nyalkish."
That is correct. We are indeed friends.
Thank you so much for keeping her safe. We're a little disjointed right now. And about what my friend said, I know what it sounds like, but she actually said, "Is that a coward?" And I will point to the kobold in a gesture, like saying that he's a coward for trying to sneak in with us and trying to well, I don't know what he was planning on doing, but it was kind of cowardish trying to take our friend's place here.
Narshellis is going to lean over to Ari for a moment and just whisper, "What did you do to Taffy?"
Real quick from Yulia, roll a persuasion check.
What?
And then Ari will respond to you, Narshellis, with I guess calm emotions on him. I mean,
Do I still use under disadvantage?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to check. I'm sorry.
Just try to use calm emotions, not turn him into a broom.
Please, Mercy.
Oh, hey.
I didn't think it would be this bad.
Oh, okay, I will take it.
Okay, you got a 16 anyways. It's fine. And so the Minotaur kind of looks at you and then looks down at the kobold you had pointed out, and as soon as they make eye contact, the kobold lets out this weird squeak sound and scurries away between some people's legs out into the crowd. And he says, well, I'm glad you made it here safely.
Safely is relative.
Mithronve during this time can be rather treacherous for outsiders.
Don't I know it? I think we almost kind of killed each other 5 minutes ago.
I'm glad to still kill Taffy.
And as you're speaking at this point, Resh kind of rejoins the group. And he'll say, not to interrupt your conversation here, but I have acquired rooms for all of us, so at least we all can get some rest after the journey here.
Don't you live here?
Yes, but I live on the other side of the city.
Oh,
Suppose you'd like to walk that way, and his eyes kind of fall upon Ari and Yelkish. I think the company will draw too many eyes at the moment.
Oh my god, and Narshellis is going to whirl around. And I'll look at Ari with wonder and awe that just breaks through the anger and the hate and the violence and just say, "Oh my gods, Ari, you're me in Valgard! What it's like, we can't take you anywhere!"
Ari just giggles at that, oh, that sounds awful.
It is, oh my gosh, your dad's the... I shouldn't say it. Dad's the Drow Butcher.
Changa the Minotaur, he hasn't even introduced himself, looks between, from you, Narshellis, to Ari, to Resh, back to Yulia. He just shakes his head, and before he can say anything, though, the half-drow that had been next to Nyalkish as well is kind of sidled up to the Minotaur's side at this point, and seeing him standing beside the Minotaur, the way he holds himself is with grace and poise, and he's dressed in this very colorful outfit, with a face full of this garish black and red makeup that almost kind of mimics a crudely drawn Gloomstalker's mask, and beneath that he has pale ashen skin. He's a little scrawny, almost sinister looking, though doesn't appear much older than Runarian. His hair is yellow, straw-like in color that sticks out in every possible manner. You're not sure if that's intentional or not. And his clothes almost remind you of a court gesture, with the way that there's all sorts of colorful sashes draping from him and a spiky collar that protrudes from his neck. And And he looks over you all as these gleaming red eyes as he grins with his sharp teeth, and he says, "The Drow Butcher's son, surely you must be mistaken. I mean, all wood elves look rather the same. I mean, he does look similar."
Oh my god.
Oh god.
You find and Marcella, I'm sorry, I will walk over to the counter toward this other half drow and just like curling my fingers around the bar mean and be like, they do all look the same. You're so right.
Apologize for my friend. It's been a long couple of weeks, and we just got done fighting some out of character. What did we just fight again?
Dark mantles and a
Dark
cloak.
mantles. We just bought some dark mantles and a cloaker, and we're kind of not at our best right now, aren't we, Narcellus? And I'm kind of like glaring at him like, please calm down.
Yeah, I died.
Yes, he died and then came back, and it's been a really rough day. And I think we all need to go lay down, right, Narcellus? What was that?
I personally think that yes, we should get some of our friends upstairs to lay down.
Yes,
You're included in that list.
And the half-drow just kind of laughs and he says, "Oh, yes, well, you have chosen a most excellent place for your stay in your first night here in Mithranve. Certainly see yourselves up to your rooms, have a good night's rest, and continue your revelry tomorrow."
And I'm sorry, I haven't been in the city for a while. What exactly is the point of this whole festival?
Point? Oh my dears. He kind of reaches forward and like pats Narcellus on the head as if kind of talking down to a child. Oh god.
I suddenly scowl when this other half-drow does that to Narcellus. He doesn't like to be touched.
Apologies, as he'll laugh and just quickly pull his hand away before it can be like bitten or something.
And he does hiss and show his teeth.
The drow kind of curls his lip back, but quickly grins once more as he says, "Why, God, I'm already going to misspell it again. Oh, the Night Court Feast is in honor of our matron mother's death some 350 years ago."
Uh-huh. Oh, and I will turn very slowly with this wide-eyed owl look directly at Runarian and just sort of stand there for a minute with my mouth very, very tightly pursed shut.
You know, and the half-drow will also look at Ari. You know, if he's trying to dress as the Drow Butcher, he has done quite a lovely job.
Well, they do all
Oh
look
my
the same.
God.
You said so yourself. They all look exactly the same.
They do, you are so right.
Yabari, well, I'm pinching the bridge of my nose as this half-drow keeps on digging himself further and further to a hole.
We worked really hard on his costume. You know, he wanted to oh gosh, and I'm kind of stumbling over my words trying to think of a really good excuse as to why
He
this
wanted
would
to
fit.
embody the true assholery of the guy he's dressing up as.
That's exactly right.
Ari, like, straightens himself up and tries to put on this look of, like, aloofness, like, yes, I am quite the asshole, aren't I?
I'm just gonna start laughing hysterically.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Ari.
you should see what happens when he tries to do the voice. It's honestly, you'd think he was part drow with how well he can mimic people.
Oh, I'm sure. But really, and he'll kind of go up to the Minotaur and, like, wrap one arm around him. Really, Chonga, let us leave them to their night of rest. I'm sure we shall see their lovely, smiling faces tomorrow. Chonga will, the Minotaur nods his head, and he'll kind of look over the rest of you and say, very well. Do have a good sleep, and should you find yourselves again... He takes a moment to think over his words. If you happen to feel such uncharacteristic feelings, I would recommend a shot of some of the liquor they have here in-house. It will help clear your head. Just ask for the clear shot. With that, he'll just nod, and the two shall depart the tavern.
I will quickly, like, as he's going, thank him again for taking care of Nyalkish.
I will turn immediately to the bartender, whoever they may be, and flick my fingers and just be like, that thing, the clear shot, we need like 8 of those, like right now. I don't care how much it costs. We need that now.
The little kobold behind the bar like perks up and says, yeah, bro, right away. And he'll quickly go about pouring out drinks for the entire party. He'll say, cost you about 5 gold for everything? Yes.
Pay for it, I don't know where my wallet is.
It's in my bag.
He'll
Oh no, I don't know where it is.
Yeah, he'll pull out the 5 gold to hand over. And who put up the chat bubble?
Oh, it was me. Again.
Nice.
Sorry.
So yeah, Resh goes and pays for the drinks and starts kind of passing them out. But what you got, Taffy?
So still draped over Arca's shoulders.
Yeah.
He just kind of looks at Narcellis, as those two left, and he's like, "That was a very nice save, Narcellis. Thank you for getting us out of that very sticky situation."
What? Why are you being nice to me?
I'm not. I'm just stating the obvious.
Please. Can you get rid of whatever the hell you did to him?
I grab for one of the shots and walk over to Taffy and said, "You first," and just gently raise it to him.
No,
do
thank
you need help?
I'm not thirsty.
I will help you. No, Taffy. As your friend, I insist you drink this right now. You will feel so much better.
But I feel fine as I am.
We can always force him.
I pinch his nose and tilt his head back and just pour the drink in. And then make sure his mouth is closed. Closed is to say swallow it. Swallow it.
So he does.
Oh my god.
Good. Good kitty.
What? Good kitty. So I assume the effects wear off after I take whatever the shot is. Or
from the incense, yes. As for the spell, it only lasts about a minute, so that would start fading by now as well.
Okay, so Taffy's eyes like widen, like they're just gigantic moons at this point, just staring at the floor. And he raises his paws up to his face, and they curl. And he just kind of like, he doesn't like palm his face. They're just like to the sides of his temples, and they're curled up. And he's like just kind of rubbing his eyes with the back of his paws. And you just hear this tiny little kitten squeak, just.
I don't think I've ever heard a tabaxi do that.
He just goes completely flush red.
I just pat him on the head. Welcome back, Taffy. And I just go to the bar and proceed to pick up the next drink. And leave him be.
Oh.
Arca sets him down, finally.
He just curls into a ball.
Oh no!
Crush kind of goes over and just kind of claps a hand gently on Taffy's shoulder, like, and says, "Be all right after a night's rest, Taffy."
I was such an asshole.
Oh, this poor kitty.
Oh, Julia, I'm so sorry.
I grabbed the next 2 drinks and approached Toad with one and said, "Here you go, sweetie, down the hatch with you." And I hand one to Arca and say, "I know it's not food, but trust me, you'll feel a lot fuller after this. Okay. And I go back to the bar and get the next 2.
Ooh, party! And Toad's just gonna like down it.
Yeah, Arca like houses his, anything to fill his stomach.
Yeah,
I'm
and
just
eventually,
gonna go find my room. I'm gonna skip my shot. I'm just gonna go straight to my room so I can knit for a while.
I get knit for
I turn
Eventually,
to Javari, no. You take this first, then you can go knit. I just kind of glare you down.
You just hear Taffy like,
glare you down with a smile.
I yell off, like, Yuvari, I'm sorry, your knitting is great. I didn't mean it.
Aww.
Oh,
Narshellus,
Taffy.
you can set me on fire. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
And
I walk over to Taffy and just pat his shoulder and go, "It's okay, buddy. It's okay. You were high. It's fine."
Narcellus, or I'm sorry, I will take the shot of clear shot.
It doesn't,
mhm.
I'm so sorry. Just to say real quick, like, it doesn't really taste like anything, as you all take it. Just kind of makes you feel, like, warm and just calms you back down.
I will knock it back, swallow it, and after a minute, set it down on the table, and turn very slowly for the rest of the party. And in particular, my eyes narrow into this glower toward Yavari as I realized that anger was not caused by whatever we had inhaled.
Ooh, spicy.
Okay.
Spicy.
Ooh. Yeah, I look at Narshellus and I'm like, okay. Is there something you need to say? I think you said enough tonight.
And at this point, I feel my fingers like curling into my hand and realizing like there are people around us. He's not, or I'm not sure like what can be said or if it can be said since there's so many people, like it's so loud. But eventually I just say, doesn't anyone else have a problem with how this woman treats me?
As you ask that, Runarian, having taken his clear shot, is kind of like rubbing at his head as his thoughts have finally cleared. And he looks over to you, looks over to Yavari, and he'll say, actually, Yavari, what you said to Narshellus just a few minutes ago, that was messed up. After everything he has done.
I take a deep sigh, a deep breath, as I try to formulate the words in my head before I say them out loud. And my scowl, my frown just kind of softens, and I'm thinking back to all the things that I've said and done towards Narcellus and his character, or his personality, rather. And I pause for a moment, and I can't really say what I want to say with so many people around me. I feel like this is a very private matter. But I do look at Narcellus as ignoring the rest of the party, ignoring Ari, and I go, I own up to it. I know what I said. I know what I've done.
You own up to it, but are you gonna fucking change it? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, once you leave Mithranve, it's up to you if I keep coming with you or not.
If that's what you decide. You're your own person, Narcellus. I will... What the things that I have said to you were not fair. I understand that. I can't change what I said. I can't change how I've treated you. I don't think this is a conversation to have in front of everyone else.
No, but it was a conversation for you to have when you were putting me down in front of everyone.
I suppose you're right.
It doesn't matter.
I can say that I'm sorry. But words mean nothing, right? Words are just words.
Ari will even speak up and say, you know, I think if you hadn't said these things in front of us, then yes, it would be better for a private conversation, but I think at least an apology would be a good start.
Can we just go to bed? I don't really care anymore.
No. You wanted to bring this up? We're talking about it.
Yes, well now I need to go to bed.
Narcellus, I am sorry. Like I said, I can't change what I've said. I can't change the way that I've acted. And I wish I hadn't said some things that I did. But I will make a more conscious effort in how my words affect you and how my actions affect you.
Yavari, and I'll turn toward Yavari and just say, you asked earlier what I've done to protect you. And something you may not have realized about coming to Mithranve, I gave up my family for you. I can never go back to Thelyssera after what I did to get you guys out. So that you could survive and not be hunted down in Leyrid. I gave up my sisters and everything that mattered to me.
And as he's talking, I really do take a moment to reflect on his words. And I nod. I take another deep breath. And I say, you're right. It wasn't fair of me or even within my own right to say that you haven't done anything for this party. You haven't sacrificed yourself or your relationship with your family. That wasn't right of me. I let my own anger and own bitterness speak for me. So for that, I apologize, and I appreciate what you do for this party.
I don't know what I can say to you right now.
That's fine.
And I'll look around at everyone else around, and he'll just sort of tense up and shake his head, and I'll say, sorry, this was a bad time to bring this.
It's okay, honestly.
Arca, I know you're still pissed off at me and every right to be. It's fine if you guys never trust me again. I just want to be transparent. I did what I did so that you guys would be okay.
No, I'm sorry for how I've been as well. I wasn't thinking. And I didn't realize what you had sacrificed to save us.
Anyway, I didn't mean to make this as tense as it is. The Tove really attacked me.
No, it's okay. I don't think any of us, I mean, I know I didn't even say a proper thank you for what you did back there in Felicera. I mean, God's lying to your mother and getting us out of there in the way that you did. I mean, that was, and all sort of, like, now that the high of, like, what the incense has sort of worn off, you know, like, my demeanor that I think was once just very carefree has just sort of shifted into more of, like, a kind of sallow composure, and I'll wring my hands in front of me and say, it was a really brave and selfless thing for you to do. And all of us should be more appreciative of that, me especially. So.
Tappy's on the floor in tears, afraid to do or say anything at this point, just shivering.
I'm just nodding my head along with Tove as Tove speaks.
I step up. As I was listening to Yavari and Nargelis talk back and forth, I just had a confused look the entire time, just like, wait, what was said, kind of thing. But then as we're kind of simmering down, I'll look to Nargelis and say, and honestly, I saw you interacting with your mother and the things she said and the things she promised, and I can't even imagine what it felt like to, you know, be promised a place back in a life that you knew, and you still chose to help us anyway and kept us alive, essentially, even though you had to make hard decisions. You know, we're all still together, we're all still here thanks to you. So we really do, or at least I won't speak for everyone. I will just say I do appreciate and thank you for what you've done.
I wasn't looking for this. Anyway, Taffy, are you okay?
No. I'm so sorry.
What? Why?
Because I've been awful.
I mean, to be quite honest, Taffy, you were kind of acting like a drow.
Oh. Oh. Is that a good thing?
Down here, I think so.
I didn't want to be mean.
Oh, I think that we should get Taffy up to bed.
Yeah.
Archive, would you like to backpack him again?
Do the honors.
Sure thing.
Even though he's taller than you.
He's just in a ball. You just pick him up. He's just this fuzzy little ball.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm so fat, and you had to carry me everywhere.
Also, be right back. I gotta do something.
You're fine. Arca, like, lean down and pick Taffy up. A bit more like, since I don't have to fight him this time. Much more gently, pat him on the head. You're good, buddy.
But I'm not. I stole someone's pocket watch.
What?
To be fair, it was counterfeit anyway.
That doesn't make it any better.
And real quick, this is totally Starion over here having to call the 10-minute break.
Oh.
Totally because Starion is not currently in the house. So this is gonna be our 10-minute break, guys.
Oh boy. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what to say here. Break time.
Break time. All right. We'll be right back.
Alright.
At least you can track the time better now. Yeah, let's look at that. Man, listen, when you say, like, Taffy gets angry, I was waiting to just get blown up. I don't think I have evasion yet. I have got, like, the discount evasion. What is this? What do I have? Yeah, I have uncanny dodge, which isn't... It's not the... reaction to... Yeah, I can only half damage. So I don't have the dodge yet. So I was like, oh, I'm just gonna explode. You're looking for death. Listen, I was told to be violent, so I was violent. I went full violent mode. Death, claim the sacrificial lamb. Listen, I'm not gonna make any I'm not gonna listen. Just, you know, I get high on angry, then I'm gonna be angry. I'm gonna be a spicy kitty. Meow. Oh. This is the point where I got dip. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Good night, Ifany, and stay safe out there in those Feywilds. By the way, Life of Dice, thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome. Wibbles, wibbles. Wibbles, wibbles. Your next move, Kitsiri. Man, I might need to have a chat with Kitsiri after tonight. A magic 8-ball. You have the magic 8-ball. That's a command, Kitsiri. I do what I want. She was going at it, man. She's spicy. She got so spicy. Man. Oh. I'm just like, at least we don't have to go fight in the blood pits now. I was kind of worried that was where that was gonna go, and I'm like, I don't know how this is gonna, because I was prepared to fist fight whatever the heck was in the blood pit. Like Taffy would have just been straight up. What is this dancing nonsense? What do you mean? I know we're all out of sync. Me and Edge are on a different tempo than everyone else. We just doing a dance. We just doing a vibe. We vibe dancing. It's your mid-break entertainment. Oh, I think we're beyond that. I think we are our own special version of trauma. Than a magazine rack. It's a dancing minigame where they have to copy the motions, and they're really bad at it. It's exactly that. Exactly that. That's perfect. Oh, man. Now I kind of want to make, like, a mini-game where it's just like this. I wonder if I could. I think the lag would be too much. Their ball hands. Don't steal their hands, they need those. That sounds painful. Don't steal, like, the Rayman hands. Don't do that. Mizla worked really hard on these, which I really appreciate. You should go check out Mizla, by the way. Mizla does all sorts of really cool, like, little, low poly model stuff. I really like low poly. I want to get a low poly, like, VTuber model one of these days. I think that would be pretty cool. Because they look really good. Like, they can look really, really good. Granted, I don't know how they work. They're like magic. Low poly Hildebrand. Well, of course. It's just the best. Hildebrand's just the best. Like, I love Hildebrand. I don't know. I don't do anything else. Like, I've only ever done the main quest and then, like, some of the Hildebrand stuff. That's all I've ever done. I don't engage with anything outside of that. Oh my god. I just saw Reggie's post. Oh, that makes me infuriated. That volume slider. Ooh. Ooh, that's a... Ooh, that hurts my soul. FS 14. I'm gonna do what I always do. Wait for the next major expansion to drop their trailer and then... I don't know, do something in the small amounts of time I have to just plow through all the patch stuff that I have to do, and then there we go. So many good terrible volume sliders. There's a lot. Oh no. I'm scared. I'm scared to, like, look through it. Alright, hold on. I gotta be careful so I don't yeet the... Okay, there we go. Oh my god. I like the cannon one. That's pretty creative. Advanced volume control. I like the one you pump up. Oh, the one that's the subscription based volume control. Unlimited volume sliding. That's pretty great. Oh god. Please make a noise as loud as you want the volume to be. Ah, yes, you do. Volume change request forum. I'm so stressed out by these. I hope this post never appears again. Thank you. Okay, some of these are pretty funny. The curling volume. Oh, that's a pretty good one too. Oh, like the volumes. Windows volume installation disks. Daily quota reached. Oh god. The volume's being used by what? Oh, you can't use the same volume as anyone else. Oh. Please choose another volume. Oh, and then Tumblr decided my fun was over. Okay, Tumblr. All right. I should probably sign in. I should probably sign in one of these days, you know. You know, I need to have Taffy engage in more of the cat memes. Like getting his head stuck in like a long cylindrical object. Or like Tia just posted in a Chinese takeout box. Should have it where when Arca tries to pick up Taffy, it's just long Taffy. Even though, you know, Taffy's taller than Arca. I don't know how that would work. You just try to pick up Taffy and it's just longer. I just increase my height somehow. My length in just goes. Hold on, I gotta check out this clip. Who made this clip? Who clipped that? Because I appreciate whoever did that. I really do appreciate the clips. They're very helpful. Taffy is secretly SCP. Oh god. That'd be that'd be spooky. He's one of those SCPs that just like doesn't want to be an SCP and it just causes bad things to happen around him. Ifany made that clip. Thank you. Well, Ifany's asleep, but thank you, Ifany, for making that clip. I do appreciate. I like the Tears of the Kingdom clips. Those are the best. Like SCP, yeah. Well, yeah, okay, but you know, there's got to be something dark about him somewhere. Because isn't SCP-999 supposed to also be capable of stopping the Antichrist whenever that happens? Which is some other SCP. The most frustrating thing in the world is when a cartoon character is locked in a cell or a cage and the bars are like wide. Yeah. Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know. There's this whole story revolving around 999 where it's specifically designed to counteract some end of the world XK class scenario. All around helper just wants to be clean. Ends up cleaning everything. I don't know if he'd murder anyone trying to clean up something. It would most likely destroy himself. Including the other SCPs. Make sure you don't get too sassy with these monsters. They might teach you a lesson or two. I've already been taught a lesson. Listen. All right, Kitsiri, we're gonna need to have a talk. About, all right, you know, the sass is fun, but I'm getting concerned that Kitsiri is gonna sass a viewer, and then we're gonna have a problem. Then we're gonna have a big problem. Kitsiri, and why? With the big questions. Just the dodge. I was already sassed. Oh, really? Uh-oh. They weren't reprogrammed at all. It's just natural born sassy streamer. I'm not the one being sassy. Don't deflect. Part of their charm. I don't know if that's charming. Kitsiri just pushing the blame off on me. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. Oh, there's examples. Oh, I gotta see this. Hold on. Yeah, I played the blame game. Just, oh yeah. Wow, look at characters actually being smart. Must be some way out of here. It just walks out. I can't get that's Cage, right? Okay, these are pretty good. These are pretty funny. Oh, and then Tumblr was like, no more. No more. I really should just sign in. Oh. The meme on you today was set. Yeah, see, that's what it was. Taki just stirred up Kitsiri. Oh, geez, Kitsiri, you're getting crazy there. The king. I am the king of comeback. Kitsiri doesn't even know what I am. The meme wars. You're wrong. Bring on the saddle, see if you can really take down. Wait, don't sick Snowy after me. Jeez. Been so friendly and give me a gift. Dang, that's a heckin' gift. I want a gift of 50,000 gold. Try and turn the tables. Don't worry, I can handle sass coming from both sides. Forget who the two sass master is. Just trying to turn chat against me. God, Kitsiri. I must resist. Don't resist it. Embrace it. We're all here for the same good banter. Give in to the sass. Taki, you went too far. Taki's the mastermind behind it all. Now take a shot, sass. There's a difference. Shall we? Okay, if you want Kitsuri to stop, you gotta stop saying her name. Oh, the sass now can't handle the heat anymore. Oh my gosh. Its triumphant return. All right, we're gonna have a. I'll have to sit down and be like, all right, Kitsuri, come, please, please. It's kind of fun. This one, I have to say, I agree with you on that one. To keep you on, just the deflection. Just Kitsuri just deflects. Kitsuri's a mirror. She's just like, I'm gonna deflect everything. Being a mirror. Oh man, that's I can't help myself. Thoughts on QB. Oh dang. Some controversy. Instant appearance. Downright. Oh jeez. Oh man. She's really knowledgeable. You can ask her just about anything, and she should know what you're talking about. Just the oh my god, the dismissals. I mean, it's accurate, yeah. It's not just Taki. Kitsuri was here before anyone else was. Oh shit, are we going back? Hold on. She might have, did you misspell her? It might have been that you said that right as she was because she's got a she's been told she can't respond too quickly, so she does have to wait if a lot of people are talking to her at once. Like she just oh my gosh. We good? Okay, we're good. We're going back. All right. Break time is over. Here we go. Back to the trauma. All aboard the trauma bus. Choo choo. Buses don't choo choo, but this one does. Don't worry about it. I need to move these out of the way. All right. Hello.
Hello.
We back.
Hey.
We back.
Welcome back, everyone. So since I kind of had to get up at the last couple minutes there, just to clarify, did you all kind of disperse for the evening?
Brought Taffy up to his room.
Yeah, he got carried up to his room.
Basically, I think we hunkered down.
Fair enough. All right, so you all begin to settle in for the night, and you know, now that you all have at least cleared your heads and now finally have a chance to catch your breath as you are no longer running for your life through the Underdark. I want to kind of take a little time to allow you all to get a little like role play in. So if I could have you all please roll for me a d20, and basically we're gonna
take off disadvantage.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just roll like a regular 20. Yeah, basically I'm gonna let you all choose either a player character or an NPC, and we're gonna just kind of get in some like little short scenes. Gosh, Narshals with that nat 20, he really wants to do this.
Nat 20.
He still has feelings to hash out.
Can I be right back real quick? I just have to run real quick.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Happy with the
Oh.
4.
Yeah, then I'll wait until Narcissus is back. But yeah, basically just want to let you all kind of get in a little scene for each of your characters, and like I said, you can choose either another party member, an NPC, or you can even have them, go out into the bar area or maybe out to the fighting pits and interact with someone new if you want to get information on the city or something else.
Neat.
Yeah. So once Bela is back, I shall start that. Also, as you all kind of settle in and get your things all in order, Yulia from earlier, you notice you are now missing 30 gold.
What?
Oh my god.
And Arca, you are now missing 20.
Damn.
They stupid cat having to carry it around.
And this is
You
why
could return that gold.
we put everything in my bag of holding.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to. Jesus.
Well, actually, I just realized the problem with that is that
They steal
if
the bag of
somebody
holding.
takes the bag of holding, we have nothing.
Oh yeah.
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 So maybe that's actually not a good idea.
Mhm. Yeah.
Tove trying to have a brain cell, but alas, no brain cell is to be found.
She's
Dude.
doing her best.
She's trying. She's trying. She's hung
take
up
it
on
back.
she's hung up on the Minotaur.
Mhm.
Ow.
The cow.
I would be so.
Who'd take a bag of holding? Yeah.
Yeah, who'd take a totally valuable bag of holding?
Inconspicuous,
Yeah.
like brightly colored bag of holding.
Totally. Yeah.
The new main quest, finding the bag of holding.
It's
Yeah.
like, well, now we gotta search this whole continent-sized city for the bag of holding.
That's just the side quest. That actually just becomes our entire
That
purpose.
becomes the main
Exactly.
quest. It just she's like, all right, well, now escaping the Underdark is the side quest.
Wait, what we need is 2 bags of holding, and we put shitty stuff in 1 bag of holding, and then all the good stuff in another bag. And
What did I come back to?
wait, can you put a bag of holding in a bag of holding?
Oh boy,
I
you
know there's a
can.
bag
It's a
of
bad
holding.
idea, but you can. Do you like the the ethereal plane? Because oh boy, we're going on vacation if we do.
Knowing their luck, if they had 2 bags of holding, they would lose the bag with the good shit.
Oh, we'd lose a lot of things. We'd
Oh,
lose a
and-
lot more than just our stuff.
What? And then to get back the bag of holding with all the good stuff, we have to utilize the items in like the bad bag of holding.
Oh, there's a challenge mode for you.
And all it has is like rotten eggs and
Some
Oh.
loot strings.
and Tove's bag of shit. Yeah, and some loot strings.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. So, now that you're back, Narcellis,
Yeah.
as you all have gotten settled in for the night, you realize you are now short 10 gold.
Great.
Great.
Pickpocketing.
Yeah, that's great.
Love to see it.
All right, and then since you rolled the d20, I'll be letting Narcellis go first, as we're gonna kind of do like small roleplay scenes where you are free to choose either another player character, an NPC, or you can go out into the bar or like to the fighting pits area and maybe meet some new people to find out a little more about Mithron Bay.
I'm gonna pick Resh.
Okay.
Ooh.
And where would you like to meet up with Resh?
Well, right now I think Narcellis has primarily been in his room. I'm assuming they're probably sharing a room after
Yeah.
all that's happened.
Yeah.
And he's kind of just been digesting the night, and at some point he will leave. Sorry. At some point, I will leave my room and go down the stairs, especially once it's sort of quieted down and some of the people have moved on, and I will make my way outside of the Broken Mask, and even outside of the Fighting Den pits to kind of watch more of the festivities that have kind of been going on. But in particular, I would want to go over here, like this area,
Okay.
so that I can kind of admire and survey the light coming from the big orange mushroom.
Okay.
Oh, I'm
Here.
big.
Oh. No, you're normal sized. Well, for what I have the grid set to on this map. But here, we'll at least do that. So you've kind of come out here to admire the scenery, more or less.
Yeah.
Okay. And, yeah, then that is where Resh will find you. As he's kind of wandered his way outside, just probably taking the free time now to get some air away from the noise and commotion of the fighting pits. And as he sees you, he'll kind of just slowly walk over to join you at your side. His hands kind of folded behind his back as they usually are when he's in a more relaxed position. And he will walk up to you and stops. Kind of looks from you up to the large glowing mushroom that's looming high above most of the city buildings nearby. And he'll say quietly, no, Shellis. How are you feeling from earlier?
I'm not feeling anything, is what he'll say. Or what I'll say. And, I'll kind of just shake my head and kind of looking over at Resh out of the corner of my eye. I'll look him up and down, kind of seeing how he's standing, and especially how it makes him look in the orange light. How would you describe how his posture makes him look?
His posture appears to be very stiff. He's standing very straight, and as you look up, especially at his face, even in the orange light, the tenseness in his muscles and his face are kind of drawing very sharp lines in the light. He does look rather intimidating, but as he sees you looking up at him, his facial features kind of soften slightly as he kind of tries to proactively make himself not look as terrifying, probably. Or he assumes that's probably what he looks like.
Looking away after a minute, I'll kind of steal a couple of glances toward him to make sure that he's not looking anymore. And moving almost indiscernibly, I will attempt to copy the way that he's standing.
Resh doesn't say anything about it, just kind of watches as you adjust yourself to stand as he is. And after a long moment, he'll say, on our way here from Philisera, I had made an assumption that this traveling party of yours were friends.
Oh. I know. Just kind of laugh a little bit at that. I'll say, I think everyone was at some point. I've tried more or less to emulate some of the behaviors that they've exhibited before. It's new, as you can probably imagine. We don't really make friends down here. Sort of, I clear my throat and I'll say, but that really doesn't matter, as you can see. Everyone kind of hates me.
It didn't seem they all do.
Most of them. And that's fine. That's fine. I did what I needed to do. That's what matters, right?
He gives just a long sigh. I suppose. Either way, I feel as if the red tiefling says something like that again, I shan't hold back to stab her.
Really? You don't have to, you don't have to defend me. I'm an adult. I can, I know you don't think I am, but I think I've held my own pretty well so far. Can I ask you a question?
He almost seems to want to say something, but as soon as you ask that, he says, "What is it?"
Are you gonna stay here?
He looks down at you, furrowing his brows. He looks almost kind of confused for a moment, before turning his gaze out back towards the city, and in particular, mostly looking towards the large manor situated in the center. And he'll say, "Well, I hadn't quite thought of it. I suppose I've been torn between either staying here or continuing with you if you were to move on past the city, back to the surface."
I mean, that was the plan. I just, and I'll put my hands out in front of me, start twisting one of my rings around one of my fingers, and look down at the stone on the ground, and sort of look between the dark stone and the white stone and the grout in between, flexing my fingers in the orange light to watch the way it bounces off of my knuckles. And I'll say, in as quiet of a voice as I can, I'll say, I know it's selfish, but I don't really want you to stay here.
Is that so?
I know it's a weakness. I just...
And you can kind of see, like, the corner of his mouth, like, twitch, almost as if he was going to smile. He'll say, "What, do you plan on continuing with these companions of yours?"
I guess so.
He pauses. And he thinks. Finally, he'll say, "Very well. If you would like me to not stay, then I shan't.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to skip to someone else because I gotta get up again.
Okay. Alright. No worries. Alright. We'll leave the two brothers out there. So Tove had our next highest roll with a 19.
Hey.
So Tove, as I said, you're free to choose a player character, an NPC, or if you want to kind of go wander somewhere nearby, you are welcome to do so as well.
Great. I think Tove is probably going to seek out Ari after everything.
Okay. She just kind of looking for him, I guess, probably still in the tavern.
Yeah, I mean, unless he's gone somewhere else, but I don't know if he would be concerned about, like, Nia and getting her settled in, or...
Yeah, so, as, because I imagine Resh has probably bought a number of rooms for all of you, and probably didn't care whether any of them went unused if people roomed together, but you see, as you're walking down the hallway over towards where you had seen Runarian go into earlier, you see he's just coming out and, like, very carefully and quietly closing the door behind him. And as you come up to him, he'll look up, kind of perks up a little, and he says, Tove, good to see you. I was just, helping Nia settle down. She's rather tired after everything.
And I'll just sort of nod, and it's been a long journey for her. I can imagine she probably would want to take some time to herself.
Yes, so I figured I'd leave her alone for now, and I don't know, find something to...
Oh, I was going to ask, so, like, looking at Runarian now, does he like still appear, like, visibly kind of, like, I guess, wounded from, like, the fight we'd had earlier? Or has he sort of, like, regained back some of, like, his health, I guess?
Yeah, so looking over him, because that fight, despite it feeling like it was a lifetime ago, still is rather fresh on your mind. And you definitely can recall, like, the state he was in at that time as soon as he was dealt those heavy blows, how, he was covered almost in his own blood. And now it seems he'd taken a little time to kind of clean up and has bandaged a lot of his wounds. He still looks rather haggard and run down, like he could use a good sleep himself. But he's looking at least a little better. He's faring better right now.
That's good. And so, I'll sort of say, have you picked a room yet, or?
No, I wasn't sure if I should stay with her, or at least just give her a little space. I don't want her to think I'm trying to loom over her all the time or something.
I don't think she minds that maybe as much as you might think, All of this has been so destabilizing for her. I'm sure to have a familiar face around who's, not trying to hurt her is good.
Yes. How are you doing? And I'll kind of look over, like, how's Tove looking at this point as well after all of that from earlier.
I think she's probably also looking like pretty haggard, especially after going from like being exhausted and coming into Mithramre to then suddenly like having like this new leash on, like this new set of eyes for like the world, thanks to the incense. And so now that's kind of she's probably looks as tired as he feels. You know, she's had a chance to sort of like clean herself up a bit. She's probably like set up camp in a room somewhere, but yeah, she's exhausted.
Valid as heck. But yeah, Ari will just ask him. So how are you feeling?
Oh, I mean, I'm doing okay. I was actually gonna ask you how you were feeling after everything.
Physically, I'm fine. He kind of like rubs at one of his arms. Everything else, I'm not sure.
It's been a lot. And I'll sort of just kind of wring my hands in front of me and ask you know, have you gotten a chance to sort of process everything yet? I mean, with your father?
Not really. I nearly shoved it out of my mind, and then that man we saw downstairs kind of brought that back, and he sighs, and you can like kind of see his shoulders droop as he lifts a hand to like rub at the side of his face. Just feel exhausted, mentally and emotionally.
And Toph, I'll nod and say, well, I mean, you should. Sorry, I got distracted. You should probably, you know, try and get some rest. I'm sure Nia will be fine, and I mean, if you are a little worried about leaving her, I could, you know, see if she wants some company or. And like you can tell, like Ari can kind of tell, like, or he might be able to see that she's like kind of has something else she wants to try and say, but she doesn't really know like how to approach the subject in the middle of the hallway.
He'll like probably take a little step closer to her and like will reach for her hands if she'll allow him to take them.
Oh, she will.
And he'll hold them both in his, as he'll say, I think she'll be alright for right now. Why don't we, what room were you staying in? I think I'd rather sit down. I feel like I'm about to fall over.
Right, and Toph will sort of, like, lead him in the direction of whatever room she chose is probably a couple doors down the hall.
And he'll follow along and into her room.
And I'll sort of like make my way into the room and sort of sit on the edge of the bed and sort of like pat beside me, be like, you know, come and sit down.
And yeah, he'll sit right on next to you, and he'll even like leans a little against her.
Oh, and Toph will sort of like put her. Well, I'll just sort of like lean my head against his shoulder, and just say, you know, I was just thinking about what Narshellis had said downstairs when, you know, everything sort of blew up with Ivari. And, well, he said he expected my reaction in Philisera. Like, the awful things I said. he expected that. Like, it wasn't a surprise to him, and it seemed like, I don't know, I guess I didn't realize until now that maybe trying to change is a lot harder than I thought it would be.
Ari will, reach over with one hand and rest it atop one of yours, as he'll say, change can take time. I won't deny saying that a lot of people said a lot of awful things back in Felicera to him. Yes, it was awful, but yes, I understand, given none of us had any idea what was going on, but I know you're trying, and I don't know, it's hard to expect someone to change like that overnight.
Right, but I want to. I don't want him to feel like I'm always going to be pointing a dagger at his back. That's not the type of person that I want to be.
Of course.
And yet, and yet, even in a moment where all of my goodness and words of changing were put to the test, I just defaulted back into what I always knew to be true. And I wonder if I'm ever really going to be able to change, or if I'm just always going to, I don't know, think that every single drow I meet, even Narcellis, even the ones who will put their lives at risk for mine again and again, I can't help but wonder if some part of me is always just going to be afraid. And I don't know how to change that. And I'll just sort of, Ari can just hear a little bit of sniffling as just sort of the emotion of everything that has happened just sort of hits toe. And she's like, I want to be good, and I want to do good, and I want to, but I feel like maybe I can never be good.
And Ari will take his hand from hers and instead just wrap an arm around her. Pull you close to him. As he'll say, I understand. Really, Tove, all you can do is just give yourself time. I know it's hard. I know you're going to beat yourself up over it, but really the best thing you can do is to just keep trying to be a little better every day, and one day you'll get there. Because I can tell you do want to change.
And I just sort of sniffle and say well, I mean, if you believe I can change, then maybe I can.
Of course. We'll just hold you in a close hug.
I'll hug him back.
Oh. Adorable. Disgusting.
Yeah.
Love it.
I love these two very much.
I'm a Tovari shipper until I die.
Same.
Alright. So we'll leave the two there, as they probably soon fall asleep because they're both so exhausted. And then real quick, I'm going to hop back to Narshellis for a minute. Since Bela had to get up.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You good? You good?
Okay.
I will put them back over here.
Wow, we exist again.
We do. Look at that.
Woo!
It's like magic. I don't remember the last thing they had said.
He said that
No, Narshellis was like,
Rush to stay with them.
yeah, Rush will say, if that is what you want, Narshellis, then I'll stay with you.
I'm sorry about all this. I promise I didn't come down here intending to completely upend your life.
Don't apologize. He kind of sighs as he appears to kind of be struggling for words at the moment. You likely were correct in that. Had I stayed, I'm sure our mother would have had a fit over everything that happened.
Yeah. I remember what she did to Zres, and all he did was try to help me out. I can't even imagine what Mother would have done to you if she had found out that you had actually let everyone escape.
Resh will kind of slowly nod his head at your words. Me neither.
Can I ask you a kind of a weird question?
Sure. What is it?
What do you think that Zres would do in this kind of a situation, like with my companion, as you put it?
Resh kind of pauses and thinks over it for a long moment, as he probably is taking his time to recall, his memories of Zres, as it had been hadn't been very long time, but it feels like for him it's been a rather long time since last he saw his brother. He'll say, if Zres found himself in a situation like yours where he was with a traveling group and they were treating him in a less than favorable way, I imagine he likely would have probably killed half of them by now and would have left the rest in the dust.
Yeah, that does kind of sound like him, doesn't it? But you don't think I should do that, do you?
I will admit I do not fully understand why you wish to stay with them, but I won't tell you what to do either.
It'd be a lot easier if you did. Look, man, you're gonna have to start using full, complete sentences because I haven't learned how to decipher ums yet.
That gets like a small chuckle out of him. Apologies.
It's just... never mind. It's fine. It's fine. I'll figure something out. I've dealt with it this long. I'm sure I can deal with it a little bit longer, at least until we get to Freya? Is that how? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes, if you all do intend to cross the Dread Tide, then we'll likely end up in Roseton, which is
there
in
really
Freya.
no way to just walk there?
Unless you can walk on water, then no. Is
that a spell? Could I learn that as
Is
a spell?
that a spell?
Probably, but I've only heard of rather advanced wizards being able to cast such a thing.
So you're saying that Balor might know?
He might.
Mm-hmm.
Though whether he remembers that he can cast it is a completely different question.
Look, man, you are being way too hard on Balor, okay? He's got some problems. He's gone.
He's gone.
Look, I'm just not a fan of boats. I don't understand why mankind looked at the ocean and was like, that, I want to float on that.
I want to float on that.
Well, it is the only mode of transportation over there, unless you'd rather get on another water strider to go across the spawning deep.
Would that be faster? Would we get there faster?
Probably, but the likelihood of dying is probably 10 times more.
Hey, and I suddenly turn toward him in like this sort of jovial, joking manner with my hands out. I'm like, hey, but you know, if I just go on the water strider, we found out recently that doesn't stop me.
We're not doing that again.
No, but think about it. We could theoretically use me as a guinea pig from now on. Like, hey, will it kill me if I get blown out of this cannon on my ship? But there's only one way to find out.
No. Just shake his head at you, and then probably just starts walking back towards the tower.
No. Hold on. Think about it this way. You know how drow have to sit there and like we have this thing where we try poison over a long amount of time. Probably you have to like build a resistance to it. What if we try to find out what the max dosage is on each poison?
Please.
That sort of knowledge is already known.
But it's not known in terms of half drow.
It's usually about the same between you and humans.
Doesn't it just kill humans?
Yes, but that's usually the point.
Okay, but listen. Consider, if everything in this party goes wrong, you and I have the world's best circus act.
Circus act.
Oh.
Yeah, you see, you kill me, I pop back up, the crowd goes wild.
He'll just turn again and start walking once more.
I will follow after him and probably continue trying to come up with stupid shit ideas.
He won't say much else, but he seems to kind of still be listening, as he might hum or say occasionally. As you guys head back into the broken mask. Excellent. All right. And with the next highest roll would be Yulia with a 16.
Hi.
Yeah, so you're free, of course, to choose player character, an NPC, or to go venture out into a nearby area to interact with some new people.
So after everything that happened in the bar, we're all settled upstairs. I would normally bunk with Yavari or Tove or a combination of, all three, but with the intensity of it, I decided that maybe it would be best to let Yavari have some alone time to gather her thoughts. So I would take a room for myself, since that seems to be an open option. And, discovering that most of my gold is gone, I just kind of let out a frustrated sigh of just kind of defeat. And it kind of hits me that this is the first time in a while I've been able to be by myself and kind of be able to think a little bit. And that makes me a little restless, since under the effects of the incense, I was sleep for maybe, 60 to 70% of these interactions. So instead of feeling tired by everything, I'm actually quite awake. So instead of just settling down, I leave the bar, and my main goal is to basically look for some source of music to just kind of, just to be somewhere where there's music and people in a place I can just kind of watch and just take in things for a while.
Okay. Let's see. So, as you kind of wander back downstairs into the main area of where you guys had been previously, you do, of course, you are again surrounded by laughter, by voices, shouting and chatting with one another. And all these people crowded into this rather small area for this amount of a crowd that's here. And you do hear music playing from the side. And it's an instrument that you aren't really familiar with. It sounds almost melodic in a way, but there's a sort of screeching quality to it that at times for you might sound a little off-putting, but everyone else here seems to be having the time of their life. And you look over towards where this music is coming from, and you see there are a pair of twin drow upon a stage, both playing Vajan dos, which are, they look similar to guitars, but built a little differently, with 60 some odd strings to each of them. And they're just kind of strumming away as you just kind of look around the room. I don't know if you'd like to approach the musicians, or maybe find a table or go settle down at the bar.
I'm just kind of find a spot on the wall, kind of lean against it, and just start watching people having a good time. After a while, I think I would just get used to the screeching quality of this instrument. And as I'm kind of looking out on the crowd, memories of basically home start mixing in with the visions in front of me, because this reminds me a lot of growing up in a tavern and seeing very similar scenes of just there being music and laughter and joy and just people having a good time. And it's a good feeling for me to just kind of sit there and feel this feeling, but there's also this feeling of homesickness underneath that also adds a layer of sadness. And as I'm kind of thinking more about this, I start thinking about my mother. She comes to my mind. But that instantly gets twisted into what happened when we crossed that lake. And I remember, you know, the fear I felt of hearing her voice where I shouldn't have heard it. And then I think about the eye that I saw when I looked over. And I instantly feel like I'm about to just vomit. So I leave. I go find the most quiet spot as possible. And I just take a moment and I'm just kind of dry heaving as I'm trying to like settle this wave of emotions that's now like kind of hitting me of like everything that's happened. Everything that happened as we were crossing that lake, everything that kind of happened that got us to this point, and I'm just trying to just hold back the wave of emotions. Is like it feels like everything is like hitting me at once, and the dry heaving turns into like a couple of deep breaths as I'm trying to basically not break out into tears, and I just crouch down on the ground, hugging my knees, and just keep taking deep breaths while there's a couple of teardrops do start falling down my cheeks.
And as you kind of crouch down and you start hugging your knees to your chest out here, this little kind of quieter space out beyond the tavern. Where did my tab go? There it is. You know, people are for the most part kind of leaving you be, but you do hear a voice from someone who seems to have stepped up before you and says, hey, here, you look like you could maybe use this. And he's holding out what looks like to be a water skin. And if you look up at the person who's stopped before you, you'll see you're faced with a goblin who's probably standing only as tall as you are at the moment, crouching down. He's fairly skinny, and from the clothes you can see he's wearing like this huge red coat on that looks a little too big for him, and from what skin you can see beneath the coat is kind of this putrid yellow color, the same as his eyes. There's a rather large gut you can see that's kind of poking out from atop his trousers, with long ears that stick out from the top of a moth-eaten top hat that's nearly as tall as he is. But as he approaches you, you know, he's kind of got this look of concern on his face as his eyebrows knit together, you know, offering out the water to you.
I almost start quickly like wiping away the tears, but then kind of give up really quickly. I just let out a breath. I kind of like sit so like my legs are kind of under me and my knees are on the ground, and I give him a very grateful, puffy-eyed smile as I take the water skin, and I just say, I am so sorry you had to see that. It's been a long couple of days. And then without thinking, I also take a sip of whatever it is that he handed me.
It is just water.
Oh, it's just water?
Yes.
Okay. So I take one sip, and then realizing, damn, it's been a while since I had anything refreshing a little bit. I just take another longer sip before handing it back to him. And I just say, Thank you for that. I didn't realize how much I needed that.
Of course, not a problem at all. As he'll take the drink back, and you'll see in his other hand, which he's holding something else, which he then tucks beneath his arm so he can kind of recap the container he'd given you. And from what you can see, it looks to be a picture frame, but you can't quite see the picture that's on it. And he'll say, hey, you know, it happens to the best of us, really, and being surrounded here in Mithranve with all these beautiful sights and all these new smells, it definitely can get a little overwhelming. So I understand your situation.
And I almost kind of like don't want to say anything else, but having someone else at the moment to just talk, and especially someone who is not in the party, just a total complete stranger for whatever reason, it's just kind of like, okay, maybe I can just talk a little bit. So I'll just say, this actually isn't so much overwhelming. It honestly makes me a little homesick, if I'm being honest.
Oh, do you come from another city in the Underdark, or?
Oh no, I'm from, and I point up in the general direction. It's like way above up.
Oh, the night above, is it? The surface is another word, I guess.
Oh, I did hear that phrase before, I think, but yeah, I'm from the surface.
I see. Sorry, it's just the term most people use in the Underdark for that place. But I understand the homesickness, being surrounded by so many wonderful things. But you know what'll make you feel better is he reaches into one of his coat pockets.
Here we go.
And he pulls out what appears to be like a little slip of paper. Or actually looks probably more like a little kind of poster, and he holds it out to you. He'll say, you know what'll make you feel better is if you happen to stop by the Opera House any time this week. 4 nights a week, we put on a wonderful show, the riveting tale, Death of the Matriarch. Every night court feast. It's quite a show. I think you would enjoy it if you are a enjoyer of the arts.
My eyes widen a little bit, and I'm studying this poster, and I kind of take it, and that actually makes me smile a little bit. It's like, I've been around mostly musicians. I would say more frequently than actors, but maybe I can convince some of my my friends to come see this. This you said this was a story about the death of the matriarch? Is this a historical retelling?
Oh, it is. It's all about the death of the one of the former Valsharess, and how the First Dark War started some 350 years ago. It's quite a riveting tale. And as you look at the poster, you see, it's kind of a very standard, like, theatrical advertisement where it has, dramatic bold letters at the top, Death of the Matriarch. And you see that the art they've drawn is a figure of a drow who has, like, very dark green skin, seems to be bleeding from her side as she's being held half limp in the arms of an elf. And this elf, looking at the artistic portrayal, you can't help but think he looks very similar to either Runarian or Faldman.
Oh.
And you see at the bottom, there's, a list of a few drow names for who's playing some of the main roles. And you do see one is listed as playing the role of the general, or the drow butcher, is actually what they would probably put.
Without thinking, I kind of say, they got the likeliness down, and apparently not much has changed since, you said 300 years this war happened?
He kind of scratches his chin as he thinks about it, adjusts his top hat a little. Yeah, about 350 some years ago is when the first one started. From the play, it's really pretty accurate in the historic retellings, albeit a little dramatic, I'm sure. But it details the events of General Caraniel, or Captain at the time, coming to Mithranve and infiltrating it like the master spy he was at the time, and killing the Valsharess at a party that she was hosting, that her daughter hosted, actually just for him. It's honestly just dramatic, and I love seeing it whenever I can. It's like it gets better every year.
Fan of the arts as well, I see.
Oh, of course. My people are actually the ones who help fund a lot of this that goes on, you know.
Oh, I see. So you're a patron.
Absolutely. Myself and my boss, Changa, we help patron a lot of the arts here in Mithranve. It's a pride.
Character. So wait, that was the Minotaur, right?
Yes, that was the, you did hear the half-drow address the Minotaur as Changa earlier.
Oh, okay. That was gonna be my next question if Yulia would have heard that name. And I will, like, light up at the realization, like, I actually met him earlier. That's a little surprising, to be completely honest. May I ask what it is, you all do?
Yeah, we're entertainers, acrobats, actors. We help gather up the funds necessary to host this feast every year, and help put on the greatest show Mithranve has ever seen each year. We try to do our best to top ourselves, but it's honestly just getting harder recently. But Changa certainly always manages to pull something out. And he'll kind of like point in the direction of the very large manor in the center of the city. He'll say, "If you see that flying dragon floating around, that was his idea for this year. Never had anything like it before. It's certainly a sight."
Wow. That's really impressive. I can't even imagine how much work it takes in a place like this of all places. This is huge. So a big props to all of you for the work you do, and especially if you do this every single year.
We do. Thank you, my dears. He'll like hold his top hat and like bow to you, trying his best to not lose it. He'll say, and then he just suddenly sighs as he'll say, "I just wish my dear could be here." As he'll lift the picture frame up that he's holding and just kind of like holds it close to his chest. "I think she so would enjoy the festivities."
Oh, is she not from here? Is she somewhere else? And Julias is very, like, innocently, probably just, you know, in line with, like, how casual this conversation is going.
"Oh, yes, my dear Tagira." And he'll kind of turn the picture frame over to you, and he'll show you this picture. It's okay in drawing. It's very simple, you know, there's not a lot of detail to it. He probably did this himself. But you see what appears to be the image of a gnome with pink ponytails.
She just is everywhere.
Suddenly, I'm glad she's not here.
And he'll say, "We met years ago when I was on a trip up to the surface, and I fell for her almost instantly, and I've invited her here every year, but she's never seemed to find the time to come."
Oh my.
That's rough.
That's real funny.
I kind of recognize who this is. I'm trying so hard to not like let anything in my face give away of like, oh, I definitely know who that is. I know plenty of people who know who that is. So I'll just have to say, oh, she's so lovely. It is a shame that she can't enjoy this with you, honestly. It really is a darn shame.
It really, really is. He like almost starts to sob, clutching this picture to his chest.
I reach out a hand and pat him on the shoulder, and I just say, there, my friend. I am sure, I am positive that you are not far from her thoughts. Surely.
Sniff's just like, you think so?
How can she not when you clearly, hold her to such this high esteem and clearly have these very deep feelings for her?
I appreciate your words. He kind of lifts a hand to rub at his face. And just then, you hear a voice kind of shut off from the side. Oh, Biscuit! And he looks over to see there's a female drow calling for him. And if you happen to look, you'll see it's a familiar sight of female drow there with lavender skin and silver hair. And she's kind of waving the goblin over. And he'll turn back to you and say, seems I'm being called, but was pleasure meeting you, and I do hope to see you at the Opera House then later this week with you and whoever you would like to bring along.
I will do my best, and I kind of like fold the flyer neatly and like tuck it into whatever side pouch I have, and I just say, I will do my best to be there because this sounds like, well, I think this is something we can all use. A much needed distraction, but thank you for stopping by, even though you really didn't have to, but I do appreciate the little bit of kindness.
Of course. Anything I can do for a fellow patron of the arts. As he'll give you like another bow, holding his top hat in place, and then he'll turn and kind of waddle off to go join his friend, and the two will kind of leave on their way.
I kind of sit there for a moment, and I'm just kind of realizing how much better I feel. I feel a little bit lighter. I still feel like the weight of everything, but it feels like, I just got a little bit of that pressure out. So I just pick myself back up and just slowly and calmly just make my way back to the tavern and back to my room and just settle down for the evening.
Excellent. All right, yeah. So you go and settle down. And with that, then I'll go on to Yavari, who rolled next highest with a 7. If Eliza is here, hi.
Hello.
Yeah. So whoever you'd like to interact with.
I think after taking maybe an hour or two of being by myself and gathering my thought, and meditating to connect with my patron for guidance, I am ready to confront the problem that's at the forefront of my mind, and that would happen to be my behavior towards Nurse Shellis and what little relationship that we have. So I'm gonna go looking for Nurse Shellis, and I'm going to assume that he is currently in his room. So I knock on the door, kind of hesitantly, but this needs to be done. So I swallow, all the courage I can muster and just knock on the door and hope that he answers.
Okay, give me 1 second. So yeah, you knock on the door, and there's kind of a long pause, and at first you're maybe starting to kind of doubt anyone's in here at the moment. But soon enough, you hear the doorknob turn, and the door does open. But rather than the figure of Narshellus, you see a much taller figure there standing in the partially open doorway of Resh. And he looks down at you with this... He does his best to kind of control his facial features, but the tenseness in his muscles kind of indicate that he's probably not all that thrilled to see you standing there at his door. But he'll just look down at you with those, sharp red eyes of his as he'll say, "Did you need something?"
I am a little intimidated by Resh, but I stand strong and look at him and take a deep breath. Is Narshellus awake? I would like to speak to him if he is.
Give me a moment. He'll just shut the door quietly. And it's kind of quiet for a moment. You hear probably his voice faintly through the door. So you can't quite make out the words that he's saying. And then to you, Bela, or Narshellus, I'll just kind of ask here.
1 second. Oh, hang on. There you go.
And yeah, after a moment then, the door opens once more, and it is Narshellus who has answered it. And then if you would like to, Bela, I'll kind of let you describe how he looks.
Okay. We're continuing with this theme of Narshellus and Yubari. So, when Narshellus opens the door, he pulls it open very slowly, kind of halfway at first, to see that she's still standing up there. His hair has been taken down from the ponytail he usually keeps it in, so his braids are very loose and kind of messy from everything that's happened. And when he pulls the door open more, you can see he's kind of only partially dressed. He's ready for bed. But there is one thing that Yubari might notice, and it is that the crystalline issue in his skin has spread.
Oh no. Oh no.
I immediately take notice of the crystal that has spread, but I don't make a comment about it.
Is there something I can help you with?
I don't mean to disturb you, but can we talk privately? As in, take a walk somewhere?
And he'll kind of look down at himself and be like, oh god, I have to get redressed. And so instead, he will pause. I will pause it, hold up a finger, and turning back into the room, he will look at Resh and just say, get out.
Resh kind of looks at him for a long moment, but nods his head simply, and he'll kind of just slip around Narshellus, kind of shoots Yavari one last look as he passes before just walking quietly down the hallway and back downstairs.
Would you mind walking around the room? Because that took a while to get off, and I really don't want to put it back on.
We could sit. That's fine. I just want to talk to you privately.
Oh boy.
Can I come in?
Come on. Yeah, and he'll hold the door open and turn around and walk back further into the room and kind of hop and pop himself up on the bed.
I walk in, close the door behind us, and, find a chair to sit across Narshellus. And I take a deep breath, and I just let it all go. Let me preface this to say, I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't want that. I can't ask that of you. But what I can start off to say is that I am deeply ashamed of how I have behaved and acted with you, and the way that I have pushed and pulled was unfair of me, and making all these assumptions also wasn't right of me. But I meant what I said when I said I was sorry. That I do mean. And I've taken your help for granted. You have sacrificed a lot for this party that I have just completely neglected to appreciate.
Okay, and I'll just kind of lean back my palms for a minute, look at her with this sort of unimpressed look, like kind of just tired. And after a minute, I'll sort of roll my neck and my shoulders and I'll say, so you came up here to say all of that?
Yes, but I'm not finished. If you would hear me out for a couple of more minutes.
There's just one problem, Yavari. Back in Eastoft, you said you had my back.
I did.
I didn't owe any of you shit, and yet, consistently, you've proven that you somehow think that I owe you shit. How am I supposed to take anything that you say seriously when one day you tell me that you're sorry, but you want to act differently, you have my back, and then the next day you're ready to hold a fucking knife to my neck the same way that everyone else is?
You're right. I want to say that I put trust in you when I didn't. And it was inconsistent. And I can understand how that is completely confusing, and it is confusing.
The only one of you who I ever expected to be distrusting of me, to have such a big problem with me, was Taffy, and yet somehow he has proven to be the only person in this entire companionship that I know he treats me like a friend.
I nod. Because I know that I haven't been treating Nurse Chalice like a friend. I haven't been treating anyone like a friend, but especially Nurse Chalice, especially after I had promised him that I had his back. And I consistently proven to him that I don't. And it's definitely not okay.
Ivari, I know I'm the last person who can say this right now, because look, I don't know if you've noticed, but in this place, in this environment, Mithogre might be more relaxed, might be more open to everyone, to cultures mingling and mixing. In Phylacera, it's all drop, it's all Lothite, it's what Loth wants, and she is the matriarch. And you cannot feel a shred of sympathy, or empathy, or want anything like that thing, or you are beset upon by everyone who finds an opportunity to just kick the shit out of you, or kill you. And quite honest, I didn't want you guys to trust at first. When I first met you all in Drake Mount, I thought we were just going to drop off Sturkin, and then I would either be completely rid of you all, or I could stab you and take all of your money, because that's what we do. But
I would have done the same.
Things have proven different.
Certainly got more complicated.
Yeah. To be quite honest, once everyone gets across the Dread Tide, I don't really know what everyone's going to do. I know Arca wants to go to the Karst. I know Yulia wants to go back to her family, most likely. Taffy keeps talking about going back to the one desert city. He says it's hot. Papitos. You said you wanted to go back to Idfu. I don't know anything about Afria or Arquette, but there's a lot of stuff. What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, what were you saying?
What do you want to do?
Die. No, honestly, I'm still kind of dealing with this is gonna sound really pathetic. Back in the Nightlands, that was the most painful thing I think I've ever experienced in my life. It felt like my lungs were exploding. I'm not really okay with it, but I'm kind of in a situation where I have to get up and be okay.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
it does make sense. And I am sorry that I didn't do more to protect you back there. When you changed, I will admit that I was frightened for you.
Sorry.
Don't apologize.
I didn't know that was going. I've never died before. That was new.
Yeah.
Thought I was gonna be a tiny little spider somewhere.
You don't need to apologize.
I feel like I do. I'm guessing that I was the one that almost killed Tove.
But you weren't you. So
it's fine. It's fine. I just won't let it happen. It's fine.
Well, all this to say is that I, like I said, I am deeply ashamed of not being consistent and being an overall bitch to you for no reason other than to be a bitch. But I would like the chance to amend what little trust or what little relationship we have. And I want to change, but I leave it in your court what you decide.
I think this is a decision that you're going to have to make. I can't tell you to change, and you just follow my directions.
I nod.
And I feel like, not speaking, but I feel uncomfortable talking about this kind of thing with Yabari. I'm fidgeting, and I'm kind of glancing every so often toward the door, seeing if Resh has maybe come back. I'll lean forward after a minute. I'll say, to be quite honest, I'm not really comfortable talking about this kind of thing right now. I've got a lot to think about. I was actually gonna go try to talk to Taffy later, but maybe we should just call it a night and you can think over what it is that you want to do. If you decide that you want to treat me differently, then that's fine. If not, I'll just stay on the opposite side of everyone else.
Okay. I respect that. I think I've said what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I
But I hope that this somewhat clears the tension.
We'll see.
I nod my head and stand up from my chair. I'm gonna let you rest now. You look exhausted.
It's fine. I should probably go find Resh before he wanders into an incense plume. I just get up and grab the outer coat I usually wear and like pull it over, and I'm like, "You're not used to being up at night, though, so you should probably get some rest."
And Yavari just, I nod and say goodnight and head back to my room as I continue to think about what I want to do in the future.
And Marcellus will just go downstairs.
Alright. Yeah, you guys part ways for the evening as your conversation finishes up. And leaves it at that. And so now I shall move on to Taffy.
Oh boy.
The next roll of a 4.
Oh baby.
Yeah, whomst would Taffy like to talk to? Or if he'd like to go out into the nearby area instead.
Okay, so first, let me set the scene. So after being, dropped off in a room, he's kind of curled up on the bed for a little bit, just kind of sitting there, putting himself back together. Then after a little bit more, he stands up and he starts, pacing around, slowly around the room, reminiscing off all the shit he just did. So I'm assuming we remember like all of that, right? It's not like.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's holding this, he's got his cloak on. He's holding this little, silver pyramid that clasps his cloak together, and he starts scratching around it. And he's thinking a minute for a while. And he's just kind of fiddling with the pocket watch he stole, right? Trying to decide what he wants to do, because he never got that guy's name. So he's like, okay, all right. And so he goes to put it in his inventory, in his pockets. And as I'm digging around in there, trying to put it away, something, he feels around, and he grabs at something. He's like, oh, he remembers what he has. This little this little statue of his favorite god. He pulls it out, and he's looking at it. And, he just stares at it for a little bit. And he's like, okay, but like, he starts talking to himself. It's like, all right, yeah, but all right, look, that didn't count, right? That doesn't count. I didn't do it on purpose. That doesn't count on purpose, right? Yeah, no, it's like, all right, you know what I'm gonna do? Listen. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna fix this right now. And so he's still got Neferu gripped in his paw, and he just takes off out of his room, and he goes downstairs. Or first of all, he's basically he looks for Yulia. I don't know if Yulia's back or not from her expedition.
We can say she is, yeah.
Okay, so I catch Yulia in the hallway. So he just dead, just gaze locked, just walks right up to Yulia, stops abruptly in front of her, and says, "I need you to punch me as hard as you can in my face." He takes a big deep breath, and he's like he's hyping himself, he's preparing himself. He's like, "Okay, all right." And he just grits himself, he closes his eyes, and he just waits.
Art's thou alive?
Art's thou alive?
I am so sorry I hit the mute button because my dog came in here. I was worried about him barking while it was thundering. I am so sorry.
No, you're good.
It's all good.
So Yulia, I'm just standing there. I'm basically that gif of the guy just blinking and just kind of like, what the fuck? I think I would.
No.
I Yulia think like me and Taffy are like really good friends at this point. But instead of complying, I'll just kind of reach a hand and just place it over his paw, and I'll just be like, "Do you want to talk about it?"
Maybe.
Okay. Do you want to go back to your room, to my room? Do you want to go downstairs and talk? Maybe get a drink of something? How do you want to do this?
Okay, can we get a drink?
Okay. And I'll just kind of loop my arm around his, and we'll just walk down to the bar, try and find I'll leave him at like the quietest spot I can find for a minute while I go to the bar, get 2 cups of water, and bring it back, and sit down next to him, and I'll just wait for him to start whatever it is he wants to say.
So he's sitting there and he's fiddling with this. He actually looks quite bothered. He's fiddling with this tiny little wooden carving of Neferu in his paw, and he's sort of glancing. He's not glancing at anyone. He's just sort of glancing around the table, just looking at the table. He just as you come and set the drinks down, he just kind of grabs one, pulls it. He doesn't drink it. He just kind of pulls it towards him, and just kind of slowly kind of shuffles the cup in circles. He doesn't really say anything quite yet. And then after a minute, he goes and he says, what do you know about dreams?"
Kind of lean back and think on it for a moment.
Do you think they're caused by karma? Do you believe in karma?
I would say yes. I do believe that if our lives are a scale, then our certain actions that we take can lead one way or another, change the weight, so to speak. And whenever we meet, whoever, forgive me, I don't know much about Tabaxi deities, but I would like to think, the father, as I meet him after I lived a hopefully long life, that I would be judged by whatever deeds I've committed in this life, and hopefully, settle good. But that's besides the point. I do think that if we've done something, and if we feel a certain way about it, that could affect our dreams in one way. I also know from plenty of folk tales and stories that they can be signs, warnings, what have you, just signals of something. So why do you ask?
So Taffy's freaked the hell out right now upon hearing that he gets judged by gods, and that these could be warning signs. So he's sitting there, he's just death gripped this little Neferu statue. He's like, all right, well, okay, if that's the case, I really need you just to hit me, okay? I need you to hit me as hard as you can, all right? It's not fair. I did, let's, we just got, you gotta pay me back, right?
Taffy, why do you think I need to hit you?
So he at this point his head snaps up and he looks around, and he's looking kind of desperate at this point. And upon seeing nobody else around, unless there is somebody else around, I don't know if there would be or not. But he doesn't seem to he seems to think that it's just him and Yulia, in this quiet little corner of the tavern. He's like, okay, all right, listen, I didn't want to freak anyone else out, but I had back when we were in Valgard, I had this nightmare about who Neferu, right? And he kind of waves the little statue that he has of Neferu around. It's like, listen, I don't know what it meant, but it was a lot. There was undead elephants. It was Neferu was there. It was very confusing, but I didn't start having those. I didn't have those before. I didn't start having them until after we broke into that manor. You know, the one with the statue, and that, like, you know, I don't do that sort of thing. What if doing like, 'cause that was a crime. That was a literal crime, right? Like, I didn't think, you know, it was for the right reasons, but that doesn't excuse it. And then I had the dreams, and then
Okay, Taffy, take a deep breath, okay?
He's kind of hyperventilating a little bit.
Take a sip of water if you need to. Just take a minute, okay?
So he tries to sip on his drink a little bit.
Okay. And I will lean forward on the table, kind of folding my hands on top of each other and just keeping everything about my upper body like open and focused on Taffy as I say. So I do know a little bit about Neferu. I can't say I'm familiar with all of her stories or any certain tales related to her. So you tell me, did anything about these dreams align with any sort of myths that you know about her? But like, what is she about? What is she known for? Tell me that. We'll start there.
That's a lot. Well, okay, like, let me just pull up my notes real quick here. It's, you know, it's like, yeah, you know, from where I'm from, there's, you know, and it's you know, it's a lot of, there's a lot of, like, you know, balancing, right? There's a lot of, like, laws and, you know, actions beget actions, that sort of thing. And, like, you know, the dream stopped, right? They stopped after I did, you know, I mean, it wasn't a perfect ritual, you know, worshipping ritual for Neferu, but I apologized and they stopped, and I thought I was done, but you know, I just assaulted people. I stole something. I don't want the dreams back. I don't want them back. I don't know what they mean. I don't know. I'm just me, right? I'm just little old me. Just trying to help out my dad. Trying to help out my guild. And then what if? Then, you know, my guild is, you know, I'm a representative of them, and they're caught up in something that they did illegally, and, like, I mean, they tried to murder the queen, and then they did, and now is that gonna did I have something to do with that? Did I what if I'm responsible in some way? What if I helped that happen in some way, and now I've got to deal with, now, like, this is bigger than me. This is I don't know what Neferu wants from me or of me, and I can't fix things. I can't re-alive the queen. And now, you know, I just need, if I'm being judged on what I'm doing, on my actions, I need to make sure that everything is repaid in kind, right? So I haven't had the dreams yet. They're still gone. So maybe I'm in the clear. But I don't want them to come back, and so that's why I really need you to hit me, to repay me for my transgressions.
I'm just in there. I'm just letting him say whatever he feels. I'm just taking it all in, and I'll just say I understand. It's, and I just let out this long breath, and then I just say, there's a lot that's happened. We've all done things that I don't think we ever expected to ever do, but it's not. I don't think any about this is as black and white as you're kind of painting it at the moment. I mean, yeah, we did break into a manor, but remember why we did it. Remember what reasons we had to get to there.
Okay, yeah, but just because...
Remember... I know. But... actually, just continue. Whatever you're going to say, continue.
My actions are still my, like... I don't know, maybe there was another way. Neferu didn't... Neferu didn't see it that way. I've never had those dreams before, and they started right after that. It can't just be a coincidence.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I can't even claim to know what the gods are thinking, but you know, the whole point of it is, though, we can't go back and fix everything. We can't go back and undo any right or wrong we've done. You said so yourself. We can't bring the queen back. We can't fix anything that's happened. The only thing we can do is, well, hindsight, right? We can only think about coulda, woulda, shoulda, but it's really about what we do next that's important. And I know there's so many unknown factors to what's going on right now, but you know, we made mistakes, but we learn from them. So I think Neferu would want you to realize, you know, if you really truly feel guilty about this, remember this guilt that you felt so you can do your best to not repeat these mistakes again. And I'm sure, I don't know for sure, but hopefully that puts you back in your graces. And obviously, if you haven't had the dreams in a while, maybe you're at least on the right track there.
So he kind of, you know, he didn't really have a response back to that. He's kind of looking to, you know, glancing around. He hasn't like looked Yulia in the eye or at all. He's just been glancing around the table. Takes another sip of his drink, and he's like, "Okay, but could you hit me just a little bit, just in case?"
And I just kind of sit there for a moment. I'm just nodding. I was like, all right, just lean forward a little bit.
So he leans forward.
And I raise my hand, reach over to his ear, and just give it a little flick with my nail.
And I nervously laugh. Like, yeah. And then he looks at the little statue. He's like, "You saw that, right? There you go. It's been repaid. Transaction complete." And then he kind of tries to. He's like trying to laugh to calm himself down more than anything. It's like, thank you. I don't know. It's been kind of bothering me, and you know what? You're right. It's just superstition. It's just dreams. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. As he nervously takes more drink from his drink.
I mean, there's one thing you can try that I've done with the father in the past. Maybe if you want to try it, it can help you a little bit, or at least help you put your mind at ease.
Oh, yeah?
So, sometimes when I don't know what to do, I don't know how to approach a problem or the next steps in a problem, I'll just ask the father, just give me a sign on the next step, or what is the next thing that you want me to learn. And that kind of opens the door for, something. You may get a dream, you may just get an occurrence that happens, but just, maybe instead of trying to run from the problem, just face it head on and see what she really wants from you.
Well, Right, well, if that's the case, I'm gonna need to find another bathhouse.
Is that part of the ritual process
I mean,
you were talking about?
Yeah, you don't just ask Neferu directly. I mean, you know, that's why I got this little statue made. Yeah, you gotta make sure you're cleansed, clean clothes. You know, I don't really have the full range of equipment to do it properly, but you know, I do my best. And of course, you know, I'm not a priest myself, so you know, or a priestess of Neferu, so it's a little skimping out on a couple steps, you know. I'm just, you work with what you got, right?
Yeah. And forgive me if this is out of line, but sometimes you don't need the steps to, put yourself at the mercy of the gods. Sometimes I think you just need the intention and the willingness to learn and to listen. And I think that's enough to get something.
If you, just to be safe, I probably should follow. She's already really pissed off at me in my dreams, so, it's, I would like to follow as many of the steps as possible.
Fair enough. Is there anything I can help with procuring what you need?
So, I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna cut in really quick, and just kind of say that Taffy and Yulia will continue to kind of chat. I'm sorry, we gotta kind of keep it moving here, just because it's getting a little late. I apologize.
No, you're good. That's fine.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Just because I want to make sure we can kind of get to Arca here before it gets too late for some of us.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
But yes, nice little chat Taffy and Yulia got to have. So yeah, I'm gonna move on to our last person, Rananananana.
Ranananananan.
Yeah, so we got a bird.
We got a bird. Let me think. Let's go with Rash.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Give me 2 seconds to grab my pizza. I want to hear this.
I want to hear this.
All good.
So, I'll give Bela a moment before I'll set the scene here for you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Oh boy.
So upstairs, as Nershellis asks Resh to get out, as Yabari had come to find him, Resh kind of wandered his way downstairs just to kill some time and give the two their time to chat. And that's where you'll find him, Arca. He's kind of sitting off to a table off to the side. He's got no one else that he seems to be engaging in conversation with. He's just sitting there with not even a drink. He's just kind of chilling, he's just kind of staring off at the wall, looking rather deep and lost in thought.
Okay. So, after I guess kind of winding down and cleaning, I guess, all the blood and grime from the rest of the day off, he sneaks downstairs, and he's probably been meaning to kind of speak with Rash a little bit, so he takes his chance to kind of pull up a chair and sit at the table opposite from him and kind of says, "Hey."
He kind of blinks and straightens himself as he realizes he now has company, and says, "Hello, Arca."
So, I've I guess I've been meaning to speak with you over this last while. Well, I guess I'm curious. Why did Narcellus bring you along? I guess, like, your brothers, but I thought maybe his family situation seems like difficult, and I don't know. I guess I want to hear the story, if you don't mind sharing it.
Oh, sorry, that was me dropping something. Sorry, I'm good.
Resh just crawls across the table.
Jesus. Wow, that fart was nuclear, Presley. Sorry, I'm just like dying. So as you ask this, Arca, Resh, he's giving you his attention as you're speaking with him. Just being very respectful. And as you ask, he kind of like tenses up his shoulders. He's definitely sitting up straight with like a proper posture now. And rather than kind of answering that with a proper answer, he instead asks you in return, if I may ask a question of you first, what was your own family situation like?
Well, normal, I suppose. Very normal family situation. I don't know. It's hard to say. There's some. Oh, go ahead.
How about this then? Did you get along with your siblings, if you have any?
I do have siblings, all younger than me, and yeah, we do get along. We squabble sometimes, of course, typical sibling stuff, but we got along. I always looked out for them.
What about your parents?
Here, Arca pauses. I pause, and it's a little bit hard to read his expression, but it seems like he's kind of conflicted and struggling to put his thoughts into words, or struggling to even decide for himself. And then he slowly says, I'm not sure. I think I got along with them. There was a lot of pressure in a way, but I did my best to live up to their expectations, and I did. And then it all kind of fell apart one day, but yeah. I don't know how we stand anymore. I never stuck around to really see their disappointment, if it was there, but we kept the peace.
He kind of thinks this over for a long moment, nodding along at certain parts as you speak. And eventually he'll say, in Drow society, at least in the noble houses, which we do come from one, it is typical that the parents, especially the fathers, are not usually an active part of their children's life, especially if they are to have any daughters. The mothers very quickly take them to ensure they grow to be proper priestesses of Lolth, at least in Philisera. It's perhaps a little different here in Mithranve for the few noble houses who worship Varon, or in other cities where some rare cases might worship Alastrae. For us, growing up, it was, I suppose, to put it in the simplest words possible without making it lengthy, almost every day, especially for Narcellus being the youngest and being half human, was a battleground, especially between him and our youngest siblings, who were a handful of years younger than he was. They were constantly picking on him, harassing him. They would steal things out of his room, they would cause a mess, and in Lothite society, men are looked down upon as being lesser than females, no matter the age. So even though he was older than his youngest sisters, he would be the one at fault, even if he had nothing to do with something.
That's bullshit. Like, but yeah, that's bullshit.
It is our society. I can say, thankfully, it is much different here in Mithranve, where men are treated more as equals, yet amidst some of the noble Lothite houses, it is not much different. As for why he asked me to come along, it's complicated at best. Before he showed up in Philisera with all of you, the only time I had ever seen him was once at a family gathering, and we never shared words with each other. And another time was when our brother Zres had died. We were both present for it when it happened. At the time, he and Zres were under a lot of stress from our mother. Zres, being how he was, confronted her and said that he was going to be taking Narcellus and leaving Philisera. I told him he was stupid for telling her about it or thinking she would understand. And her response to him saying this was to electrocute him to death and throw him off a cliff.
Oh.
Narcellus and I were both present. And that was about 5 years ago.
Arca's face slowly turns into one of, like, sheer horror hearing this. And he looks away, or I look away, and kind of tap my talons against the table. I had no idea he'd gone through all of this. And you, for that matter, you may act stoic, but I'm sure it has an effect on you as well.
You could say that. He kind of like clears his throat a little. He'll say, I suppose Narcellus wanted me to come because he did not want to leave behind another brother, as he places a lot of Zres's death's blame on himself, even though he was hardly more than a young teenager at the time. And Zrest to him was closest thing he had to a father figure.
And now that lies on you.
It would seem so, yes.
Hmm. Then I understand.
I suppose that's the bulk of it. That hopefully answers your question.
It does, thank you. I realize that I somewhat haven't really understood what he's going through or what the context of all of this is, so I wanted to know. But that aside, can I ask, how are you doing? You, after all, just saw your youngest brother, you know. Are you doing okay?
I don't think I am anything close to okay, but dissecting my feelings at this time would be a lot. I'd rather not.
Understandable. Very understandable. You know, when we were on the water strider, I heard my youngest sister calling for help. So I can only imagine it's so much. Anyway, if you don't want to talk about it, and that's very understandable considering what we need to continue to get through. We're not out of the woods yet. I understand.
That's good. I do hope that in the future the rest of your party can be a little more understanding of Marshallus's feelings. I know he likes to act like an adult and insists he is, but he's not.
Yeah, from what I know about elves, do you know that wait, did they say Ari's age before, or just out of character?
I don't remember. I mean, it's fine. I'll give you. What did we put him at, Bela? Was it like 100? Was it like 150-ish?
But for what?
For Ari's age.
Oh, he's 124.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah,
okay.
We'll say you can at least know he's about that.
Okay. Okay. So like as an aside, Arky kind of like jerks his head over to the stair. Jerks his thumb over to the stairs, and he says, like, "Do you know that Ari guy is like 120 something? That is insane." Anyway, yeah, knowing that he's like, Narshallus is definitely still pretty much a kid. And for what it's worth, on my watch, I will do my utmost to like make sure he doesn't, get injured severely in battle again. So between you and me, I think we can keep that covered, eh?
And for a brief moment, you kind of see maybe the corner of his mouth like twitch slightly as he inclines his head. And he'll say, "Yes, it would seem that would be up to the two of us from this point onward."
Definitely.
And then he'll add on, as for the age of elves, I'm not sure exactly how long it is your people live for, but for elves, they're usually not considered adults until they're 100. Half-elves are a little different. They typically age similarly to humans.
Yes. Let's just say that Aarakocra live fast and free. Our average lifespan is most of our oldest elders are in their early 30s, so yeah, it's very different for us.
Rush's eyebrows raise at that, looking for a moment a little genuinely shocked. He nods in understanding before his gaze kind of drifts over towards the stairs, as he can see at this point Narcellus kind of hovering near the top of them. And then he'll look back to Arca and rise up to his feet as he'll say, well, I think both of us, everyone, in fact, should probably get some rest for the night.
Of course. It was a good talk. And Arca will stay seated, and just so they don't have that awkward thing where you both say bye and then we go in the same direction.
Rush will just nod and say, have a good night. And then he'll walk over to the stairs and go meet up with his younger brother again. And so they can go head to bed.
Adorable.
Adorable.
Right.
That was good.
Great. This is great. Alright. So everyone, eventually, you all make your way into your rooms, whatever ones you've selected to stay in for the evening, and you're more than happy to have somewhere to finally lay down after the long and arduous journey that it has been ever since you left Valgard. For all of you, it kind of feels like you probably haven't slept in a week. So having something to lay on, even if it's not the comfiest bed in the world, like the drow had claimed earlier, it's a nice place to sleep. And eventually you all close your eyes and drift off to sleep. And it's restful. Except for Taffy.
No!
Oh no!
Right after that chat too. Just you know what? Yulia's right.
I was like, I heard you talking shit.
I heard you talking.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Big cat is mad.
Mama cat angry.
Mama cat angry.
So, Taffy, as you drift off to sleep, as your eyes open again, you awaken inside of an alabaster hall of a great palace. You're surrounded on all sides by pillars of white stone that are gilded in thousands of different designs. You find yourself walking through the halls, smelling a scent of sandalwood incense wafting through the air and the slithering of skin on the sandstone floor. It seems familiar in some way, yet completely foreign to you. And as you continue into the Great Hall, you realize this is familiar to you because this would be where the Pharaoh receives his guests. And there, in the center of the floor, lies the body of a purple-skinned man with high cheekbones, a long pointed chin, and noble features. Someone you recognize. It is the visage of the pharaoh himself, Shepsekare III.
Can I get a spell on that?
Yes, absolutely. Here's my roll 20. There you go. Shepsekare.
Shepsekare. Thank you.
Shepsekare III. And he lies there, motionless,
Oh,
listless, looking up at Taffy with a pair of almost glassy eyes. And do you approach him, or?
So yeah, immediately upon seeing the pharaoh, I look around. There's like no one else, right? It's just me and him.
Yep, it is completely otherwise like abandoned in here.
So Taffy, seeing no one, he tries to scream for help. I don't know if he can actually make any sound at this point in time, but he does run over to like, because he doesn't know if he's dead or not. So he runs over to like try and help, but he's screaming like, hey, help, somebody come.
All right, and you scream for help, hoping someone will hear you. And as you run up to the pharaoh, you kind of reach out to touch him, and you realize his body is stiff and cold. And upon closer inspection, you see there's a pair of vicious gashes across his chest. And as you call out, the only thing that you hear as a response is this great, terrible hissing behind you. And as you turn, your blood running cold, you find there's a vicious purple cobra twisting and turning around, almost 30 feet tall, its head flattened and ribbed outward, giving a deep, throaty hiss. The snake has an odd symbol on its head, you realize. The symbol of the sun shining brightly on the flatness of its head as it opens up its maw. And at the moment, as it looks prepared... Goodbye, Yavari.
Oh no.
And at that moment...
Oh, gotcha.
At the moment, as it's drawing its head back to strike, Shepsekere has lifted his hand and has grabbed your wrist so tightly that you cannot escape or move away. And you hear his quiet, fearful voice whisper into your ear, I know you see them too. These dreams, please, help me.
Oh, no.
And at that point, you feel like a sudden flare of like pain in your chest as the snake lunges at you, which awakes you in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. And that is where we shall leave off the session for tonight.
Oh, Lord.
I should have asked to be hit. I needed to be hit harder. See, this is what happens.
Yeah.
Oh,
Poor
boy.
Taffy. Can't catch a break.
Okay, I gotta go talk to the pharaoh. That's gonna be a time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. But, thank you, everyone, for hanging it out with us for this very late night session. I do appreciate it. Thank you for everyone who's been lurking in chat. You're all awesome.
Yeah.
But for now, good night. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you here next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Heck
But
yeah.
have a good night, everyone.
You too.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, no. We gotta go talk to the pharaoh. Oh. Little old Taffy, little unimportant Taffy's gotta go talk to like the most important person in Abydos. Woof. All right, well, that was chaos. That was great. I love that. That was perfect. Oh, but I hope you all had a fantastic evening, a fantastic morning. Really, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and I'll see you guys on Monday. But until then, take it easy and stay safe out there in those Feywilds.